Oh, chats. Oh, my sweet little chats. What the fuck are y'all doing? What the shit are y'all getting into? Why? Why? Why are we like this? Why are we like this? Nothing, boss? Nothing. Nothing, you say. Beef is completely zoned out in the corner. Tootsie's dancing to no music. Muse is throwing fists.
Can't spread over every egg.
Get married with my coffees? I have not had any coffee today. I just have my water bottle. And there's like less than a quarter of it. Hi, Ordained. What are you doing? Welcome in, chat. How was your day? How was your Thursday? I have burger. Oh, what kind of burger? Ooh, burger sounds good. Oh my God, it's Ordainish. Wait, you're looking to start a fight, aren't you? I'm angry today. Why are we angry today? Why are we angry today? Is it because of the HR violations? My mind is constant music playing. Tootsie, I don't know how many times I have to tell you this. Nobody else can hear that music. All right, to the D's Nuts burger. Okay, listen, if you want to, I will eat it. Sad thing is, though, is it's only the burger. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know why I didn't add like fries or something to it. But it's probably a little expensive to do that. Because then it'd be like $20+. That's just for the food. That's not counting the fucking treat stream fees and shit. Listen to my mind music. No one else can hear your mind music, you fucking mind goblin. Just add the fries? All right, I'll go add the fries. I think I have to do this in like a separate... Yeah, I have to do this in fucking Google Chrome. Never go full A10 level, Bert. Listen, the things you gotta do, okay? Thing is though, it's only 10:47 right now, and I don't think they open till 11. But yeah, okay. Let me do this. I have to do the add new treat because this thing is... Oh, wait. Can I edit it? Hold on a second. Hold your britches. Edit. Oh, no, wait. That only changes the... That only changes the like words that are with it. If I squint my eyes, the Marion's hair is kind of like a bunch of fries. I mean, you're right, but you're not supposed to say it out loud. Fuck you. How could you? How could you say that to me? What did I do to deserve this? Oh, good Lord. Is it not going to show me because they're not open right now? Wild Burger. Man, I wonder what ghost kitchen that is. It couldn't possibly be the one that's 2 slots over. That's definitely not Buffalo Wild Wings. Sure. Good Lord. I can't believe they're still doing fucking ghost kitchens. Hold on a second. What is it? There it is. I have to go to the company because they're not open right now. Oh, the earliest time you can order is 11:45. Huh. Interesting. Oh, good Lord. Dare I add multiple burgers, just having like different ones? That's fine. That's also fine. One thing that I can also do with this though is I can actually have it replaced and have it be a chicken burger. Where are you ordering from? I'm not ordering from anything. I'm just fixing the what is it? The oh, I'm brain farting. I can't remember what it's called. No, not medium well. And we'll just get it as it comes. And that's sides. A chicken burger. No, I'm not taking it away. I'm not taking it away. No, what I was saying is this place allows you can like pick like something like the D's Nuts burger And if I wanted to, I could replace the burger part with a fried chicken patty. Hand punched fries? Interesting name, but okay. Fried pickles. Now we're getting the French fries. Frenchy fries. And then we got to go to checkout, proceed to checkout. Okay, it's too expensive. $6 delivery fee? So apparently TreatStream limits it to a grand total cost of $28.99. That food total is $19.75. That is the food total. The total cost to deliver it is $37.30. This is a fucking scam, dude. This is a fucking scam. Insane. $6 delivery fee, $3 service fee, tax of $2.39, driver tip of $6.22. Even then, it still wants me to give a 15% tip that only cuts it down to $4.66. Well, yeah, but then the driver's gonna fucking spit in your food. I'm not exactly gonna leave my food with a person that is gonna be with it for like fucking 30 minutes by himself. Handgun mounted above the fireplace, model after 1911. Yes, it is. It fucking is. The thing is, when these I'm looking at Grubhub because Grubhub's like the only one that's partnered that isn't just straight up Papa John's. And Papa John's is ass. Tipping culture is stupid. I agree. But it's also, Grubhub doesn't really pay their drivers directly. They mostly live off of tips. Which the thing is, like, honestly, if I was a full-on praxis, I would not use this service at fucking all. But it's a nightmare. Regardless, it's a nightmare. So I'm just going to close that. We're not going to change it. I like giving them tips because I think it's not expected. It feels the opposite to me. It feels like every person in food service expects a tip in the United States. Doesn't have a fear for spit prage. True. Step inside. Zorana Dragon? Zorana, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Give me just a second. We'll be jumping into dispatch shortly. I'm just opening up the game and making sure I have it ready. Second most liked aspect. Oh, no, I did read that. No. If you take out, I always go get it myself. That way I gotta really want it. That's usually what I do too, Fake. But TreatStream is the way that like y'all can support the stream directly by feeding me. Part-time, yes, it sucks ass and the pay sucks. I've learned not to expect tips. Damn. I almost always tip. Huh. Yes, it is. How are you doing, Sal? Sally's cherish metahuman. Baron just enjoyed yourself. Feed the Baron. It's fine. It's usually sometimes we do these long streams. Axio likes to spoil me. But really quick, let's go ahead and swing over here. We're not going to start playing just yet. We're probably going to vibe a little bit longer. But I just wanted to look at this background because this is actually kind of neat. So the background does change, I guess, as you progress through the story. Sorry, Dean. Both food and gaming, having to rely on tips sucks, but the companies use that bullshit to not pay you. Oh, correct. I've worked food service for most of my jobs in my life. Or some kind of hospitality job, and it fucking sucks. Other than food delivery apps, we don't actually have tipping culture here. The thing is, all these food apps, so Grubhub, Uber Eats, whatever ones I'm forgetting off the top of my head that are like the major ones, those were venture capitalist investments, which basically meant when they first started, there was so much incoming investments into those programs that they were so cheap and affordable that basically every delivery was free. You basically just paid for the food. But when the venture funds started running out, which they have now, most of them, their fucking fees are getting fatter and fatter, and it fucking sucks. Another day of zero romancing? Correct. Correct. Hi, Akon. How are you doing? What's wrong? Do you not like the zero romance? Do you not like just yelling at them for being bad people? Except Blazer. Blazer's pretty cool. I like Mandy. Just don't care for dating her. Pandemic demand didn't help. The thing was, that venture money was before the pandemic. 2016, 2017 was basically the peak of delivery apps like venture funds. It was already drained by like 2021. End of the dumping honeymoon in the on-demand delivery market? What? Oh yeah. Into the dumping honeymoon? Correct. Exactly. It happens to a lot of things too, like, what are they called? Like rental workspaces. Does anybody know the company or ever heard of the company WeWork? Fun fact, if you ever want to learn about a company that just lied its way to the top, look up WeWork. W-E work. Free services of Bubble? Yeah, the pesty Jesus looking dude. That basically also did try to turn the company into a cult. So anybody who doesn't know what WeWork is, WeWork was a company that started, I don't remember which major city in the US, but it was a major city in the US. They bought a cheap office building and converted it into quote unquote modern open concept workspaces. So companies, local companies, correct, Prey, you're correct. Local companies could effectively just buy a small space and have their own office and workspace. Eventually they started marketing it as like cooperative workspaces where say like a local lawyer may have an office in the building and you may need a lawyer. All you have to do is walk down a couple of floors, or hell, they may even be the next office over, and just go talk to them. And that's what they marketed themselves as at first. However, as time went on, the fucking CEO's head got bigger, the wife of the CEO's head got bigger, and eventually they started basically lying to investment firms about what they did and how well it was going, to the point where one of the previous people that worked, or well, rented from WeWork, would essentially do these things called activations. And if you've ever been in an office or anything, you've probably heard of activations. In the case of like, you have an investor coming, you have like a corporate board person coming or something like that. And it was basically, hey guys, we have a millionaire coming to our office in like 10 minutes. You better go get like ice cream, party favors, and set up the fucking disco ball, because you better make it look like it's a goddamn party in here 24/7 for this investor. And that's basically what they did. Even to one of the richest investor on the planet, who essentially, I can't think of his name. It's, he's Japanese. I would say it's like Mo something like that, or something Mo. But he essentially is known as the kingmaker. He will throw life-changing amounts of money at companies that he just feels are cool. The amount of money that he throws around, I'm talking, jumps you to the top of like the top 10 leaderboard of the greatest growing businesses on the planet. And that's what he did with WeWork. He gave them, I think it was like basically a blank check. And by blank check, I mean like $1 billion to do what they want. I think you're right. I think it was from New York. The thing is though, it eventually became global. It was all over the world in so many major cities doing basically the exact same thing of buying out cheap office buildings and converting them into ugly, sterile, these co-working spaces. When he's going to do that to the carnival? Gross. The thing is, it didn't last. Well, I wish he would invest in me. He's not. Probably because he doesn't understand this stuff. Oh, good. It spread? It did. But I think it was 2017 or 2019 was basically the point where the jig was up and it's completely crashed. But it's essentially a very good case study on how stupid investment capital is, which is also sometimes why it's called dumb money. Is if you ever hear somebody say they're an investment firm or they're a venture capitalist, that's dumb money. It's dumb people throwing so much money at a problem that it can't possibly fail until that money runs out. Until that money runs out. Yeah, always support your mom and pop stores and restaurants, guys. So we have this in Finland where the personal space is close to shotgun range. Shotgun range? Oh, are you saying like the personal space is like at the maximum range of a shotgun? Like you say over there, or basically making a money zombie? Correct. Correct. Even those companies like Rework that basically became the fastest growing company on the planet for a while was literally just because it was dumb people being like basically convinced by this cultish dude that like what they were doing was the best. And the reason they call him a cult leader is, well, because he basically started having mandatory retreats with the employees. He'd be like, oh no, we're just this weekend we're just having an optional company retreat and it's gonna be totally fine. And my wife's gonna be there and she's gonna be totally normal. His wife is a fucking freak, by the way. I don't mean freak like she's ugly or anything. God, no. She very much definitely wanted to be the CEO of this company, but was a complete fucking jackass. A few other things. Cough, generative AI cough. Generative AI is worse than what WeWork was. Religious cults, Blue Oyster cults, work cults. How can you hate Blue Oyster cult? What are you, afraid of the Reaper? Coward. Coward. Come on, get it together. Ooh. Okay, my phone lit up for some reason. I was confused. I meant more in the money zombie thing. That makes sense. Kind of not surprised it didn't last long. It lasted for multiple years. The thing is, though, it was in like major cities. New York, Dubai, London. I'm talking major. So if you don't live in those cities and you didn't own like a business, you've probably never heard of them. Sit-ups. Oh, sit-ups are kind of lame. Can we do some other core workout? Oh, what's another one we could do? Oh, leg raises. That's right. That was the one I was doing for that. Oh, push-ups. You want push-ups instead? Yeah, it's one of those things that like if you weren't in the business world, or like in the city and you saw them physically, you probably never heard of them. I didn't know about them either until they were basically taken to court for their bullshit. I had no idea they existed until everything was already burning down. But hold on just a second. Let's do those. You want push-ups instead, Bucky? All right. Let's do those 10 push-ups really quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Also, chat, do we want to use this model today, or do we want to get out the low poly one again? What's the deal? What's the plan? Y'all get to pick. I wasn't sure today, so I just went with this one. Oh my goodness. I crave baby Malwin. Cheebs. I can't switch to Cheebs. If I do Cheebs, I have to start with Cheebs at the beginning of stream. Because now if I swap models, VTube Studio is going to become unusable. Oh my God, I'm a fucking idiot. I just realized the other day when we did PNG, I could have just used the 3D model. I could have just used the 3D model when VTube Studio was absolutely lagging to shit. I could have just used the 3D model. It uses a different program. God damn it. Why am I like this? This is fine. We'll stick with this one. Oh God, what the fuck you said, Star? But we like Wiggle? I do like Wiggle too. It was cute. It was still a fun stream, but I just realized that I could have done that. I have another model on another program. Has brain fart? Yeah, but that was a 4-hour brain fart. Retro Malvin collecting dust, looking like, yeah, that's my own fucking fault. It's okay. It's okay. She came out yesterday. It works out. It works out. All right, chat. No more dirty deeds done dirt cheap. We're doing this for pay now. Are we ready? Lurk check already? All right, chat.
Step inside.
Kitten safe space. Oh my goodness. I like kittens. Did you breed kittens? Are we supposed to have kittens? I'm confused.
Come one, come all, and step into the
Hiya!
macabre halls of the Dark Carnival.
This is a filler item. No, not the filler
enjoy
items.
the
No,
show.
you can't do this to me. Also, hi, Tree Kicker. Hi, Lilith. Hi, Grizz. Oh, good lord. What was the filler item? Oh my god, it's the screaming emote also inside the gym. That's fucking amazing. That's fantastic. How was your stream? Just, oh, I'm not gonna lie. I saw The Legend of, but my brain read it as League, and I was like, oh. I was like, there's no way Kai is playing League of Legends. No, it's, are you still doing the, was it the one that like mixes multiple games items? Let me guess, you got glasses? How'd you know? How'd you know? Could have got a key progression item, but it was hidden behind a $5 bill I had to pay $20 to grab? What? Permanently scarred by blue rupees? Oh no. The evil League of Legends arc. Yes, yes, excellent. I mean, there is a blue fish character in League of Legends. Because they accidentally slept a day extra 4 weeks ago? What? I have no idea how Majora's Mask works, but I'm guessing there's only certain things that you can get on certain days. Nami Fizz? True, I was thinking Nami. I was not thinking Fizz, I was actually thinking Nami. Nobody likes Fizz. I don't like Fizz, and I have a lot of Fizz skins. But welcome in, Raiders. We're about to jump into Dispatch. I know the screen doesn't look like it's Dispatch, but this is apparently the starting screen for the current chapter we're on. Nami's green though? Is she? Hold on a second. League of Legends. Nami. She's not green. Okay, maybe she's a little green. I'll give you that. Yeah, she's green, but there's also the Deep Sea Nami, which I have. I have the Deep Sea Nami skin, and it's good. Are you in the middle? We're in the middle. We're on chapter 5, I think. Like literally the beginning of chapter 5. We played 4 chapters yesterday, and I had a fucking blast. Nami's one of my favorite supports to play. Listen, my favorite support is Zyra. Always has been, baby. Always has been, always will be, because the best CC is death. They can't hurt my ADC when they're fucking dead. Taking here to a villain bar, what could go wrong? Is that what we were doing? I still forget the fact that, because I'm looking at the skins now for Nami. I had forgotten that they had technically... Nami is like fairly normal sized, like humanoid sized, normally. But Deep Sea Nami is apparently gigantic. Gotta go cook a pizza? Oh shit, I would love pizza. Damn, pizza sounds awesome. Dip for the spoilers? Totally understood, Kai. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, aside from getting screwed by the rupees. Nami Mommy skin win? Yeah, Deep Sea Gigantism. It's very Leviathan-esque. The best CC is death? It is. I say that semi-frequently. Greg? Who the fuck is Greg? Greg? Is Tree Kicker Greg? Tree Kicker feels like he could be a Greg. I wonder. Greg? Greg's? No, not Greg's. Forgot lunch again today. Time to get a pizza for dinner to make up for it again. Gotta make up for those lost calories. All right. Okay, I did already unlock the game audio. Oh, hey, wait, we got extras? Oh, okay, this is just the choice stats that we did. There are 8? I thought there were 9 episodes. That's okay. Anyway. Team building. Oh, we're going to the bar? Fuck yeah, dude. Wait a second. No. No. I saw a short literally this morning of somebody. She's a blonde animator, and I can't remember her name. And it was her, like, me reacting to the locker room scene.
All clear.
This better not be the locker room scene that she was talking about.
Mecha Man, it's not worth it.
Yes, it is, bitch. It's gym time. It is a little weird, though, to be working out. Cardio sucks, dude. I don't blame you. There's an option in the random that gave a rupee a name. Oh. It's very interesting to do all this workout to only work in a cockpit. But honestly, I think everybody should work out regardless of what you do. Ooh.
No need to do any more.
Oh, I wonder, am I gonna get quick time events in this? Or are we just gonna get flashbacks? Greg is a green rupee? What? I have an answer. What's your answer? I mean, what's your question? Who are you? Fuck you, fireman. Why? Why, buddy? That's not bad. I teleported bread? You what? How long have you been teleporting bread? Because he's the bad guy. What that flame man is? A child. I did nothing but teleport bread for 3 days. What? Oh wait, I was trying to read the Phenomena Man poster. Did that say if you do not have superpowers?
You're not supposed to lift without a spark. Idiot.
Oh, if you don't have superpowers, you need a spotter.
So weak.
Now I'm getting a safety lecture from a walking fireball.
It's a reality check. Normies need babysitters.
35s? Why is it 35s and not 45s?
Man, I am so fucking strong.
Well, it's part of the job. Heroes get hurt all the time.
Not the good ones, Rabo. Not the good ones.
I mean, have you seen Phenomena Man the last couple days? He was kind of the best
No
hero.
more hero stuff without supervision. You can't get injured. Because we need you behind that desk to help real heroes.
Buddy, you are not a real hero yet.
Actually, speaking of injuries, remind me, who took your tooth? It's like they only stole that little bit.
I got into a fight with an actual hero. And I assure you, he's regretting his decision to tangle with me.
Oh, he doesn't know that's
I
right.
imagine he's regretting a lot.
That's
of
right.
his
I
decisions.
forgot for a second that he doesn't know that Robert is Mecha Man, but he knows he got his shit rocked by Mecha
You don't
Man.
got it anymore. And
Yeah, where are the
pretending
plate
you're
clips, bro?
Bombing people the fuck out. Now, get your flat ass off my bench.
Another thing too is that dude needs to get like a better costume. Bring that V up, my guy. Either grow a beard or lose the aftershave. Not the aftershave, the 5 o'clock shadow.
Are you all right? Flambe said you almost died under some weights.
Something like that.
It wasn't even that close. Plus, it's not even a bad thing if you get stuck under your own weights. It's getting crushed by the weights that you're concerned about.
And wanted to see if maybe
If you can get them on your
were
chest and you can just
sometime?
drop the weights, that's
Those are the
fine.
plastic utensils of the man puking water on the windows that made that less real.
There were many contributing factors.
Would that be a date with
I mean,
Blonde Blazer
also the
or-
fact that he said to
I don't
failure. Make the V
Which would
even
you
deeper? I
prefer?
swear to God, if we get a crotch
that's
plunge
not a trap.
V-neck, I'm going to
I'm
kill
both
one
of
of you.
them. That sounded weird out loud, but you know what I mean.
Let's pump the
Yeah,
brakes.
Listen, we work together. Let's put a pin in this.
Okay. Have a good shift. What the fuck?
I missed the question and I couldn't read it fast enough. That's Waterboy. They're soggy, aren't they? Discowing? What is that? Oh. Halting the romance once again. There is no romance. Oh.
Yo, you ever notice the
That was weird.
Torrance vibe is like rancid?
Between the dead fish in the harbor and the giant refinery, I can't tell who's to blame.
Dang, that's some nasty shit.
Oh, the town. The town's named Torrance. I keep thinking the program was named Torrance.
I hate the smell of gasoline.
I love the smell of gasoline.
I like the smell of gasoline.
Everybody, respectfully, shut the fuck up.
Who pissed in your cereal?
Bombay did.
Some nasty shit.
Let's do this.
Torrance Middle School needs judges for our annual talent show. Do it for the kids.
Magnetic, full of personality? Oh, God. You know who it's gotta be, right?
Hey, girl.
Wow, her stats are fucking trash by themselves. You know what? This is actually kind of a funny combination. I like this.
I guess I'll go.
I like this combination. Romance is overrated. We don't know romance at work. 4?
Mr.
Oh,
Vanderstank
shit.
has requested a rescue. Vango workers are trapped after a tunnel collapse at the new station. Get them out safely. And discreetly.
Mein Hans?
And discreetly, you said. We'll do this. We'll send these 4.
Absolutely.
Because then they all get the double experience. You don't want HR to find out? Listen, I'm trying to get Waterboy caught up.
That guy is a fucking clown.
He's a business genius. Everything he does is brilliant.
Normally
Oh,
I
yeah.
defend you, but
Okay,
all
yeah.
of his
I overkilled
projects
that
kinda
one.
Suck.
Top 10 anime betrayals.
Fuck up.
You're obsessed with
Squeeze through clear path. Thanks. I'm glad I
It's like
sent
the
Golem.
third time one of his projects is falling apart.
We're busier because of him.
He's a job creator.
Jesus, man.
He's the job creator. Oh, God. Sonar's a fucking billionaire suck up. In the world we live in, HR is clearly just us anyways. Waterboy's also my son. Waterboy's a good boy, okay? We want him to succeed. Raise that combat a little bit there, champ. And we still have Sonar and Flambe, so that's pretty good.
We have a crisis. The parents started fighting over the results, and then the kids joined in too.
Grade A parenting.
All right, fine, yeah. We'll just send both of them. We gotta wait. We ain't got nobody. We ain't got nobody to send. Oh, hey, we got training. Actually, hold on. We're gonna do this first.
Training time. It's training time if anyone's up for it.
We're gonna send Prism.
SDN's tolerable and inclusive workplace make you a great sponsor for our Aliens Among Us exhibit.
I hate that the fact the only person I could send are Malevola or Golem. I can't send Sonar. And I feel like Malevola's gonna hate this.
Yeah, let me finish this taco. Oh,
we can send Punch Up, but I don't think there's a reason to. Actually, you know what? Why not?
Roommate. I'll make some.
I remember my first talent show. I got
Go
second
get him,
place.
champ.
Got my ass beat by Lizzie Galupo. Second place.
Please.
Possible.
Ooh, oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Okay.
Laser beam and burn
I got nervous.
all that hair off.
Can you just wiggle into missions? Yeah, I took that passive because I thought it was really good.
Inspired my first single too. Girl, your hair's on fire.
When call's about to expire, Prism creates an illusion that keeps the call up for a few more
Never
seconds. Happens
say
once per
bye
shift.
again.
Full stats, give me that. Fuck yeah, dude. Sold. I've been using the shit out of the prison power.
I, Deirdre Z, yes, that Deirdre Z, need help dealing with a stalker.
Fuck. Not great options. And we're not gonna have many people shortly. You know what? Fuck it, we ball. Go with her, Golem. We have 3. It's 3. This is a bad idea. This is a really bad idea. Let's do a little bit of waiting. Ask about living on another planet. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, Phenomenon, of course. Charisma, intellect. We could probably do the improvise. Both be raised or here comes Kaya or Marius Crew. Hi, J-Bomb. How are you doing? Okay, good. Hell yeah. More punch-up stats. Let's give you... Let's pick up that speed a little bit, little man. Get some hustle in your bustle, if you will. And then I think we can actually get all 3 of these. Yeah. Hold your britches. Okay. Oh shit, fight school. Oh shit, that means we're probably not gonna send Flambe.
I'll clear my schedule.
Headed out.
You know what? Yeah, we'll send you two.
Gotta pick up dry cleaning near there anyway.
Flambe's the only one we can send for this. That's good though. At least we do get our second flyer.
Anti-bullying seminar, and it would mean a lot if a hero could come talk to the students and their parents.
This is so funny. Fucking worst. Oh no. Guys, we need a really inspiring hero to come help us. The meanest bitch on the team and 2 water boys. Worst. Step inside.
You're a hero. You're available to help.
Quick heads up, Sona is in a mood this morning.
Why? You miss a rabies shot or something?
Power was out at my place. Couldn't even check up on my investments.
Oh no, the numbers that go up and down every day. You'll be fine.
We're gonna do this one
You never
ourselves
know what it's like
because
to
I don't think our
lose
stats are good enough for the other 2 options.
Get the backups too.
And the backups, too.
Okay. Right, left. Wait. It's backwards! So, right, left. Left, right? Oh, huh. Ooh, that's not good. Oh my god, it's so fast!
Using protection.
I'm trying, kids. Oh, what the fuck? Right, left. Where is it? Oh, bad touch. Woo! Okay. That was, some really good fucking malware, Jesus. The orb's gonna get you. Mirror whim. It's fine. Hi, Grids. Let's get you. God, fucking charisma, dude. Wait, she pairs with Golem? Wait, what the hell was that? Was that a combo? Did you do a 5-bit combo? Holy shit, dude. Thank you for the bits. Or did you just accidentally do the same thing Sunstar did a while back? Let's raise. Combat on you just because I said so. Just because I said so.
Time to freak some fuckers out.
Okay. Pop the bubble Fairbanks? What? You stole my RAM? No, my fucking RAM, dude. That's expensive. You can't keep taping that. Break a leg, but not like that. Set needs a background actor for an upcoming scene. Last one stalked away in a hurry. Fuck. We don't have Prism to do this. We're sending Malevola. Ah, we can send Punch Up with her. Let's go.
Make it in where I fit in.
You know what? I don't think I'm gonna do that this time. I can just download more RAM? That's not how that works.
Hey, we're getting flooded with calls about sewage in a couple neighborhoods. Which
Sewage?
should we hit first?
I'm uniquely equipped for, this looks like the job for me.
Like, yeah, but y'all just left a job. Whew, okay.
Perfect. Me?
You did great, champ. Keep it up. Let's do... Let's at least even you out so that you're not having a 1 somewhere. I was gonna say, it would be good if he wasn't, like, on the job right now.
Another day saved, or whatever the fuck.
Hell yeah, more love lumps. She's rank 8 already. Jesus. Let's get that vigor up. Again, we don't have a lot of vigor characters besides, like, Golem. Wait, which one is which?
I take the kids to the beach, and what do I have to deal with, huh? Shit! There's poop all over the beach. The sewage is spilling out into the fucking water.
Entrance sewers through the pipes, repair broken pipe, cause spill.
The smell is unbearable. This should have been dealt with yesterday before it even got this bad. Is there someone else I can speak to? Perhaps your manager?
Fuck, her name's actually Karen. Her name, you can't, hold on. Her name is Karen at K Smith 1989. Crazy. Do the other one? That's what I was thinking, because it was the whole team experience. You know what we're gonna do for this? Not that. You. Pull yourself together, Malevola. You're going in with Invisigal.
Gotcha. Who's the most bullyable on the Z team?
It's Waterboy, obviously. It's an honor to be nominated.
Poor guy.
Actually, I'm pretty sure it's me.
Yeah, at least Waterboy can get a girl wet.
Which one of you fuckers said that? I specifically made you wet, Invisigal. Are you questioning that? If I fail this, I'm gonna be pissed.
That works.
Hell yeah, dude. 3 points. Let's go. Where are we putting you? Fuck. You're getting 2 just because I said so. Let's raise. Let's get that vigor up. And then Schmort. Oh, she's max. They max out at 10? Okay.
I am in need of a very specific type of hero for my upcoming project.
Artist desires someone with an air of mystery and intellect. Send someone unassumingly strong. He doesn't sound evil. He sounds, what's the word? Also, I just realized Punch Up has very little combat.
I'm the guy.
Make room.
I am not sending the ladies to a guy that sounds like that. Wait, he flies, he doesn't take fucking Punch Up with him? That's hilarious.
Broken out at the refinery. We got it under control, but we can't investigate the cause with all these dangerous fumes.
Flambe.
Sometimes reaching a certain point will have an effect like this one, which will guarantee a failure.
Like shit. Someone's pushing on my boy's explosion territory.
Wait, what? Oh, less combat. Okay.
I love a symmetrical stage picture.
Shit. Hello? The little badoops are like fucking catching me. Or things that go boom, Barrett immediately touches the act. It's fine. That's only if I send the team. But, oh, Siggy. Yeah, you kind of want to even it out because if you do one, it's
For sure.
too high, too high.
Guess what?
I think these two are the only ones I can send. Wait, I could do this. No.
Just chill.
It'd be better to send these two. All right.
I thought this place was OSHA approved.
What are y'all doing? Are you throwing nickels at me? What is this? Y'all having fun with the combos? I'll bet you fucking dick making Punch Up walk. Ooh, okay, okay.
That was surprisingly entertaining.
Yo, man, word in the hallways is you went on a date. That true?
Oh, I forgot. Look, I forgot his
Look,
fucking.
you wanted
Hold
to
on.
grab dinner, all you had to do is ask.
Can y'all see it down here? His. Oh no, they're behind me. He's maxed
nicest
out
thing you've
on
ever
some
said
of
to
his
me.
stats. How'd we do? Wait, what the fuck? Oh my god. What?
Something about this feels off. I think we missed something.
You can't have maximum combat, but all of these are maxed? Are you fucking serious?
Half man, half bat, all freak.
Yes, yes. Critical, we get it. Please and thank you. With nickels? Why would you be pelting me with nickels? And now it's oddly quiet. Sure is a slow night tonight. Are we microwaving Twinkies? Okay, no, those are burritos.
Maybe he's got an iron stomach. Do we know anybody like that? Super digestion?
The Glutonator? But I don't know.
Is there? Are you telling me there's a hero named Glutonator?
Hey, Robert, did you recently lose like 700 pounds?
First off, you're either shit at math or you think I'm like 300 pounds. I am not. I go to the gym.
Is
and I work
Glutonator
hard.
1,000 pounds? Is that what we're learning?
School going around on which superhero you used to be. Person who guesses right wins $936.
That's a
Damn.
real specific number.
And that specific number could be ours. Just one hint. I mean, we're friends, right? Make your friends some money.
I was blue.
Fine, okay. I was blue.
What does that mean?
Wait, we sad?
Yes, but that was just a coincidence.
Don't be like that.
Sorry, you're just gonna have to earn your $936 in some other way. What way could that be? I'll let you know if I work it out. Get it? I'm explaining the joke. What the fuck?
Decent reflexes.
Hey, beef, no!
Which heroes do we know that talk too much and have quick reflexes?
Clean this
That
shit
doesn't narrow it down.
Hey, losing all that weight don't make you better than us.
Yeah. Chill out, Dad.
I never had a dad.
I know.
Fuck that's supposed to mean?
You told me one time you didn't have a dad.
Huh?
What the fuck are you so angry about? I like Robert. Robert is pretty fucking great.
Team scuffling with the red ring.
They run half the crime in the county. We were bound to bother them at some point.
I love that
Watch
everybody
yourself.
just
You
gives
poke
beef
the hide, you're
food.
gonna have to
No
fuck
wonder
the
he's so
queen.
fucking huge.
That's not how bees work.
You know what I mean?
I don't, actually. No one's trying to fuck Shroud. But if we kill the queen, we rot the hive.
You would do that. Kill Shroud. Because you might get the chance. And you don't want to go in there.
I'm not
think
sure.
About it. You gotta know.
I'm not sure. Just gonna have to wait and see, I guess.
Just think about it. You want to be sure.
Oh, we'll be sure in the moments.
Mecha Man's coming back to life one patch at a
Fuck
time.
you, Mercer!
One patch at a time.
I mean, Royd's doing most of the work.
She knew
though,
Prism
right?
didn't have a dad without telling her.
He's probably gonna redo all this shit.
I mean, if her dad was dead. The two different beds.
Evening, folks. Welcome back.
Oh, they're still hurt for the day.
Got a few guesses at your identity. Leading one right now is Blue Balls Man.
Let me guess. His power is not being able to nut.
Nah, his balls are literally blue, dude. Get your head out of the gutter.
Great.
Goes to feeding beef? That makes sense.
Long shift.
They have a completely separate fund for feeding beef.
Cat is out there all alone. So scared, so hungry.
His name's Mr. Cat.
Mr. Cat? That's seriously his name.
Hey, look. Not everyone's a fucking creative.
All right, you're going.
Yeah, okay.
And you're going, bud.
Wet and ready.
And you're going. Why not?
I get in
Go get him, champs. All the extra experience. Because Malevol's the... Ooh. Uh-oh.
Did we just lose power?
Oh, that's not good.
Sure did. Citywide. Hang tight, we're booting up the backup generator. There we go.
That was an interesting visual to show that different parts of the town went unpowered.
Oh, shit.
Oh, y'all can't see? I'm a human nightlight. I don't got those problems.
Yeah, it's just a little dark. What's the fucking big deal?
Step inside, step inside. It's suspicious is what it is. Hi, Jones. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
All right, fuck you guys.
The whole city's out. Guys, this is an all hands on deck
Overkill.
situation. Okay, I'm gonna get a grid back up and running. Be ready because shit's gonna be insane the minute the lights turn back on.
Oh,
Real
shit.
action? Thank fuck.
Let's get that combat up there, champ. Let's get to your mobility. Oh, he teams up with Punch Up, really? Okay, hold on. Physical. Still don't know who they pair with. I feel like she pairs with Phenomenon or something. Oh, wait. It may be Flambe and Prism. We'll try to pair them in the next two-person one we get. Oh, shit. What the fuck? Oh, are we the ones? Are we the ones that have to fix the fucking power grid? What the fuck are you? Oh, I'm charged. Okay, that's interesting mechanic. Oh, I see. I think, at least. Nope, not that. Ah, gotcha. I like this. Okay. Oh, ad break. All right, hold on a second, y'all. Let me go ahead. We'll do some game. I just don't know which one yet. Let's get... Oh, wait, I opened words. I didn't want to open words. I wanted to do a different one. Let's do emote search. Nah, we'll do Gardic. We'll do Gardic. Load, damn you. Oh, it's doing the fucking thing again where the page isn't loading. Okay, there we go. There we go. Thank you for actually loading. Thank you for your patience. Change that, change that. I got pizza. What kind of pizza? Chat, I know I've told y'all this. Does anybody remember what my favorite pizza combination is? While we're thinking about pizza. Has Vizzy grown on you, or can she still go kick rock? She's still a bitch. I don't like her. I don't like her at all. American pizza, pineapple. I do like pineapple. But do you remember the combination? Do you remember the toppings that I like? That's a whale. Nice. Oh. Firefly. Lantern bung? Is it 2 words? No. What's another word for a firefly? Pineapple jalapeno? No. It's pineapple, bacon, and spinach. What have I missed? I do not know what you missed. Diver. Scuba. Self-contained underwater breathing apparatus. Is that hair? What is that middle right one? Curtains? No, blinds. Yes. Curls? Curly? Nice. Triangle. As far as no one else got that one. I still don't know what they're looking for. Lightning? I thought it would be lightning bug too, but then it's also not firefly. What are some of the other words? Glowworm? That wasn't a worm. That was actually perfect timing. The round ended right as the commercial ended. Welcome back from the ad break, y'all. Actually, hold on a quick second. Go ahead and jump in the hot dog water since you also want to act like a weenie. Okay. What is British for firefly? I don't think UK has fireflies, does it? Where was that going? Down here? Excellent. So we got one section on.
We've got several lootings in progress and our guys are getting overwhelmed.
That says red ring.
Looting? That's so basic. Bitches out here wearing ski masks and robbing banks. Where's the originality?
Ah, shut up. It's like the go-to blackout activity.
And besides burning all those shitty candles your aunties gave you.
Here, we'll do this.
Call me a BOGO bitch.
Oh, spooky.
Okay, so this is why my stock portfolio got fucked up. Can I at least eat the guys responsible?
Let's get through this shit
Wait,
first,
what?
then we'll talk.
How did this fuck up your stock portfolio? Are you investing locally?
My daughter was at the beach with her friends, and I haven't heard from her. I'm really worried.
Happy to search rescue mission. Okay. Oh, this is not a good. Flambe.
Oh, what's it going to be this time?
I think I'm just gonna send all 3. We're just gonna go with all 3.
You know, who the fuck is Mr. Whiskey anyway?
Oh, bro.
Multi-car pileup.
I've got theories.
It's created a severe blockage on the street. Remove spilling and safely from the vehicles. Push the vehicles off the road. All right. That's just gonna be all 3 of y'all again, I think. It's not great, but getting him the double experience is worth it.
Don't even try it.
Fuck. Nice.
My tail's wagging, I swear.
All right, what do you got? What are you at? You're only rank 5? Jesus. Get that intellect up, girl. Is unique in what I've seen before. I like it. All right, let's do this. Wakey, wakey, bad, wakey, wakey, bad bitch. Ah, fuck. Okay, hold on. We'll see if we can wait it out. I would have liked to have gotten a double experience. Not the pier. Water. Not the water. Beach then. Found them in a lifeguard tower, but they're violently high and refusing to go home. Oh, what do we have? Charisma, intellect. We sent the worst people to fucking talk to them about drug use. Wait, Malevola would have been a better option. Huh. We're gonna have to go with the be cool, don't force it. We sent the drug addict. Just smoke them under the table? That's what I feel like the only way that would have been. Let's get you. Let's pick up that pace, big man.
Everybody should step back.
Okay, hold on. Here we go.
This is Reddit getting their e-bikes and fireworks.
Time to go.
Perfect.
I want to give you a nickname.
Let's go get downtown.
Caliente.
Working again.
Fine. Horny? Yeah, I'll take that.
Just a little longer.
Up, left, right. Chat, remember that for me. Up, left, right. Okay. Immediately just shit's going off. And we don't have anybody to send right now.
This isn't a dream, right?
Fuck me running, dude. Alright, we're gonna send
Not
Flambe.
a fan of this blackout. Shit's getting scary. We gotta get him the hell out of here.
This is a terrible idea. Fuck, dude. I can't buy them? Are we about to actually miss our first fucking mission? Okay, hold on. Oop.
Vandals are defacing the Torrance Library mural. Hurry and catch them.
Okay, this
before
is the
there
better
are
one to send Flambe on.
pews everywhere.
Bitches can't fuck with the library.
That's fine.
It's a house of knowledge. What's a good line to text a guy in a blackout?
I'm looting the Ralphs. You want anything?
Oh, you always did look hotter in the dock.
Just say boo.
You're joking. You're joking. I was afraid. I was afraid for a second. Oh, wait. Okay, so she still gets points. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Let's pick up your pace too, girl. Let's get that charisma up. Also, did we just get admins that Flambe is gay?
Band Labs. They told me to call SDN. I'm just an intern.
Stabilize the serum. Act quickly before it destroys all. Okay, so Jesus. Okay, we're gonna need.
I can do that.
Are you fucking serious?
This is the job for me.
Okay, hold on. Flambe's gonna be back quick. He's probably gonna have succeeded, right? Ooh. Okay, then he should at least get a bunch of bonuses.
Ready, set, fire.
I'm heading downtown. See who can use some help. Feel free to send someone.
Okay. This is also going to be the first heroing we've seen her do, isn't it? You know what? We're going to send Waterboy.
Here I go.
Oh, we got time. We're going to have everybody basically ready, I think, for this one. Okay. Nope, that is too strong, too maxed. Too yoked, baby. Thing is, though, I have to send one person. So this is the point where, like, me spreading out stats was not a good idea. Send Bombay to the Bone Zone podcast. You just said I'm not a closet homosexual. I'm in the club. Wait, that's amazing. Yeah, she's smoking in the picture. I think we're just gonna have to send her. I believe in Malevola. She's badass. All right, let's go get the power back on. It had not clicked that flambe. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, so if I have the power, it shocks them? This is bad. Okay. That's fine. I knew that there was going to be some kind of mechanic.
Nearly there.
That was relevant. Okay, that's good. That wasn't nearly as complicated as I was afraid it was going to be. So good to call Malevola mommy? No, you gotta pay another ticket. It only lasts 24 hours.
I've lost contact with the tower, and it's pitch black out here. I cannot land this thing. Help?
The tower? Which tower? Mentioned that someone called him a closet homosexual in his line for this. Since when I skipped the closet and went straight to the clubs? Okay, that's the podcast one. No longer assigns himself. Will heal up to 2. Ooh. Oh? Ooh. Oh, that's probably what it was. You're right. You're right. That was almost certainly a pilot. That actually seems crazy good. But we're already kind of maxing out a lot of stats on these missions. I think we're going to go with this because that heal could be very useful, including himself. There it is.
I know this sounds crazy, but can you guys catch this thing in the air?
I like those numbers.
These are pretty good numbers, I'm not gonna lie.
Finally, some fucking excitement.
Wait, why did that one just go off right next to where we were? Ooh, that's not good. Nope. Shit went boom.
Told you this is all bullshit.
Hi, it's me again. You're not gonna believe this, but now there's some scary dudes with scary weapons. I'm quitting after this, man. I can't do this.
Fuck. That's okay, though. We can do this.
Nothing beats the original, but this will have to do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff.
You don't need to see shit to punch shit.
Hi, dang. Shaped like Texas? What? Door-to-door senior community, reassure residents that all is well. Oh my god, our two most antisocial characters. Okay. Actually, hold on. That's not good.
The power's back on, but the refinery is still in a shit state. Can you lend a hand?
What the fuck, dude? You know what? Yeah, fucking go do it yourself, Golem. This guy's hauling ass back. Uh-oh. Okay, no, that worked out.
Don't be intimidated. It's just business.
I mean, it's just business. Let's get that mobility up, big man. Oh, we need more social skills. Why did I do that?
Half man, half bat, all freak.
Oh, hold on.
My mother
Bombay's already ready to go.
senior community, and she hasn't answered her phone since the blackout.
I have extra flashlights if people any
Decompose the serum.
Okay, more for me.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a fight. Consume the serum. Sonar Coop Phenomenon. Oh, is that because those guys do drugs? This is tablet, first chance I get? Oh no. Ooh, do we consume it? Oh, I think that's a terrible idea. Ooh, we know it's unstable, so I don't think that's worthwhile. I think we just fight the red ring.
Say it. Fuck these guys up.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hello.
All right.
My baby brother ate my mommy and daddy.
I'm sorry, come again. None of y'all better do the command I think you're gonna do. None of y'all better do the command I think you're gonna do.
Rolling out. All right, I'm on it.
Oh, okay. That's fine, I'm sure. Fuck, dude. I don't think I'm gonna get these guys rested. Not gonna be great. Yeah, that's what I thought. Ah, damn it. Some of these bounces don't make a lot of sense.
Rough night.
No, Golem! Okay, hold on. We'll get more. We'll get more. There we go.
The Red Ring's stealing shipments right off the train. We're not equipped to stop them.
Red Ring? Fuck them up for me, yeah?
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We got plenty of people here. Just send in punch up, dude.
Damn, I think this shift gave me carpal tunnel.
Huh. Would have guessed years of cranking it would get you there first.
Uh-oh.
Probably a combo type deal.
Some of these bounces don't make a lot of sense to me half the time. What is Golem made of? Mud.
On.
He's made out of mud. Ooh. Okay, that's good enough.
Didn't you see? I was on fire. No, water. I was on water.
All right, buddy. Oh, they're still on the way. Okay. That's what we were waiting on. Are we good? Are we not going to get anything else? They just absolutely clobbered them. Ooh, fuck. Oh, never mind. No, the orange one is ours again. He's made of Golem? He's Golem. He's made of Golem. Obviously.
And I'ma stay winning too.
Hell yeah. Let's actually get her bigger up a little bit. Since it seems like we can also keep getting
Trying to impress me. It's working.
max career rank. Let's go. Give me that random points. Oh. Oh, okay. Get them from downs. Basically, those are all just remove certain stats. Interesting. Interesting. Intelligence, perfect. All right, who wants it? We're giving it to Waterboy. Go get him, champ.
Is that for drinks? Anywhere but kryptonite. Somebody got banned. Nice. Let's go to the Sardine. Or are you banned from that one too?
Sardine, the one that we were going to before, or is that a different
Everybody,
one?
see you all on Monday.
Oh, so now you want to party with me?
I mean, the Sardines of Villain Bar, not sure I'd fit in.
Just go dress like that. Everyone will just think you're a pervert.
Hi, Beef.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, he doesn't have a bed at home.
Let's fucking go, literally. And I am also excited, Robert.
Hi, Golem. Wait, did that just stretch out of the sewer? Oh, he's got headphones.
Damn big.
What, you want a drink?
Sure.
You want two?
Sure. Hey, creep.
Creep?
I don't know you, and I don't like not knowing people.
Well,
Is that Clancy Brown?
he's the biggest.
No,
west
no,
of
that's
LA
not
River.
Clancy.
And he's with us.
She's joking. I'm
not my business. But if you do go jerking off in the bathroom, you make it my business.
That's, I don't want to be in that business.
Which is unfortunate. It sounds familiar. Really, dude? You leaned into that one. Rebert's beer? Not Star-Lord? Not Crocodile? Looking good though, bud. You're huge. Hey, you're another bad bitch with a mohawk?
Buy me a drink.
Is this for all the strings you had to pull to get me in here?
Catch on quick. I'll grab us a table.
Where's everybody else? Again, Golem was already here. Also, Golem just vibing outside with his
fancy
headphones makes me feel
whiskeys,
really
please.
fucking bad, dude.
4. Make it 5.
5 fancy whiskeys?
No, 9 shitty whiskeys.
Good lad. We should have waited him earlier.
We thought he was a fucking knob.
He never said that. Said he reminded me of my ex, and he's got buzzkill ass energy.
Bye, next.
Never mind. Kick him out.
Cheers.
What's up, dude?
Excuse me, sir. When you have a moment,
Take one of these.
to what do I owe this? You, sir?
You're
Sir.
good. Have fun.
Look, be honest. Am I going to make a fool of myself if I sing Whitney Houston?
Are you Whitney Houston?
Whitney Houston?
No.
Then yeah, you will.
Fuck. He's right.
Drink for you.
Wait, it's kind of hard for me, but look, I know it was probably a by the books, bottom line kind of decision, but thanks.
Okay, I never want to hear Moist Critical again. Nah, make him sing Journey.
That outside. Fine.
Oh. Hey, there's a zombie. Wait a minute. I have questions. Oh, they're all sitting with their own groups. It's still very funny to me that she's modeled after Lean Beef Patty, but also I'm pretty sure they slapped another foot on top of Lean Beef Patty.
Hero on you. They're the enemy.
His name's Rotspur? Wait, that's amazing. How do you, wait, do we get to know his
You can buy
name?
'em drinks. You can make sure they don't get fired. You can line them up and blow them one by one, but they're still gonna think you might be the hero that fucked up their life.
People don't think about much when I blow 'em. But I hear what you're saying. Though
Wait,
I
is this the
argue
villain
they
bar?
fucking
Did I not put that
colonize
together?
criminals.
See that snark shit? Just tell them who you are.
Oh, I'm not complaining either. I just think it's funny because if I remember correctly, Lean Beef is 5'6". Something like that. I'm pretty sure she's admitted it. She's told her height in a video before, and I've seen it. I just can't remember because it was like years ago. It said it's a villain bar. Gotcha. I'm distracted, okay? Welcome to the parking garage. We haven't had quit time events and cutscenes recently. It is Bombay, isn't it? I saw that douche canoe fucking ponytail. Stand down.
Cool down, and I won't have to hurt you.
Also, why is he doing this? There's seemingly no goal currently, other than burning the place. Okay, no, never mind. He did say he did commit a bunch of arson. So never mind. I guess he just likes burning shit. We've also never seen him do the flame on thing though before this scene, so that's an interesting add-in. I know, even villains though usually have goals. Some self-enrichment of some kind. Like, what was his name? Lightning Struck or something from before was literally robbing places.
I'm a bitch. My name's Robert. Such a bitch whose name is Robert. I'm a bitch.
I'm gonna go kill myself. Chat.
I'm such a fucking bitch. I have no hopes. I have no dreams. And a tiny little thing. And it
Okay, but the improvisation's not bad. Okay, never mind. I take it back.
I thought he lost to working in a deli or something.
There was this incident in Crypto where he was fucking with me, and I kinda...
I've been dealing with that whistly ass tooth because of you.
Well, it was self-inflicted, but I'm not sure he'll see it that way. So, you can see why I'm worried about getting
We
incinerated.
recorded the whole song, by the way. No!
We'll pay for who we used to be. The sooner you get it over with.
That's amazing. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. Who the fuck are you?
Bitch of a hero into our supervillain bar.
Why is everyone... Do I look like a bitch? Don't answer that. Fuck. I see, babe. He's got...
It's because he's wearing the SDN shirt, I'm guessing.
All right, from now on, team drinks are exclusively at Chili's.
Oh, we're going to Chili's. I want an El Presidente and a triple dipper.
The bars around here, fool. Why'd you pick this
Let me buy your drink, bud.
Death wish, homie?
Hey, bud, let me buy you...
No one's talking to you, fucking... What the...
I see they finally gave you some arms that can reach your dick.
I mean, yeah. He do have... I didn't even realize how tiny his original arms were for a second. Hi, welcome to Chili's. All red ring. The Mecha Jonker. Stop. His name's fucking Armstrong. Stupid.
Yeah. Try this.
Thanks.
Yo, we get taco?
Is the can I spends reporting expensible? Can I get my money back paid, please?
Oh, these are the same stuff that Chase was eating earlier. Sonar, no!
I ordered 3 triple crunch tacos.
Triple crunch? You said 3 triple crunch, right?
Oh, motherfucker!
Oh, the darts. Where's them just fucking singing? He said that, yeah, but he also was eating the tacos. Okay, you know what? Spectral Spider's pretty cool.
She temporarily blinded me!
Bitch, ain't nothing temporary about it. Fuck, dude, that's my burrito.
I didn't order that. I ordered 3
3
tacos.
triple crunch tacos, yeah, you've muttered it 50 times. Just eat that. It's the same shit anyway. Literally everything at this place is just a remix of the same 5 ingredients.
That is correct. Welcome to Taco Bell.
You drunk or concussed?
Yes.
Oh, produce some friendly fire.
Ooh! Okay. Okay. Oh shit, I was not paying attention.
Sorry, boy.
Got a special move.
You wash your hands after touching all them filthy nutsacks?
Tati seems salty.
Oh my god.
Ooh, there she is. Thanks, babes. Sauce it up for me and everything. Think you're looking for these.
Oh, there's our dragon dude. I was wondering when he was gonna show up. Hi, Stoner. Oh, you're doing the booger sugar on the back of the fucking toilet. Wait, what was that sensor? I saw that sensor. Oh, so you're not immune to your own fire. Damn booty. Choking tail goon. Let's go! Our boy's rolling. You fucked up his booger sugar. Not gonna lie, teamwork's looking pretty solid in here, though. Ooh. But
Both arms? Y'all are fucked up.
Weird thing is how easy it was. This churro isn't as soft as his noodle arms.
Maybe give us a heads up next time you want to start a fight. I want another drink.
You're heroes now. Heroes don't start fights. You finish them.
I mean, you did kind of do that.
Finish fights against the Red Ring.
Yeah, how do you have beef with them, Mr. Dispatcher?
Yeah, we know this Robert guy is a front. Who are you? Really?
Oh god, do I get to pick? Actually, yeah, we'll tell him. Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball.
It's front. This
Fuck it,
guy,
we ball.
Robert is a mask.
Even though I know Flambe's gonna hate it.
He's the guy who sits behind his desk, biding his time, dreaming of the day he gets back.
Bug.
I haven't told you who I was because I'm kind of.
I think it's because they also egg it out of you.
All, and I'm not sure
if you say that you're Robert.
Me. But the difference between this team getting by and this team being great is.
Also, I am freezing. I'm pulling my sleeves down.
So you should get to know the real me.
Yeah.
I'm Mecha Man.
Good night, T-Stone.
No fucking way. Can't be.
Could be. That's like a real superhero.
It is you. You little shit.
What's up, shithead? More flashbacks. Thanks, Golem. I don't know what happened if we had Phenomenon instead of Waterboy.
It's just a bit of water, dude. Come
on. Wow.
Fuck you. Fuck all of you fucking fuckers.
Fucking fuckers.
What a fucking loser.
Thanks. You saved my life.
Yup. Thanks for the drink.
So, I expected to be burnt to a crisp by now, and I didn't plan any of this next part. Anybody else got something to say?
Come on.
My name's Courtney.
Nice to meet you, Courtney.
Herm. Sometimes Herman or Hermie, but my grandma calls me Herm, so Herm.
My name's Victor, because I'm a fucking winner.
God fucking damn it, dude.
Bruno.
Hell yeah, Bruno.
Your last name's Gibb?
My name's Colin.
So, what now? Orgy time?
Right, make a fuego sauce and ass play sounds like a great combo.
Good point. Anybody had another packet of that stuff?
Hell yeah, dude. Chat, what's your favorite Taco Bell sauce? This is important. This determines the winners from the losers. There's only one correct answer. Flambe is Chad, because of course it is. Of course fucking is. I got achievement. Hot? You're wrong. You are incorrect. I don't go to Taco Bell. There's the correct answer. Diablo, there's my boy. There's my boy. I do not the sauce. Fairbanks. Fairbanks.
Oh. Sounds like hip hop, but it's not, because then the white guitar come in, the white blue guitar.
Please, no.
It's like Run
Please,
DMC.
no.
You know, they came through a wall, but this is a different song.
Well, it's because it's the actual, it's the voice actor's stepdad's last name.
I know what I can change.
That actually, she did not know that was going to be in the game.
I tried to tell you, but you look at me.
But yeah,
like
Gibbs is the
maybe
voice actor's
I'm an
stepdad's
angel
last name.
underneath.
Basically the man who raised her. And she said it was just like a side note in the booth.
Yesterday I cried.
And she started crying on stream, which I think is the funniest thing.
See the softer side, so soft. I back up, sing for me. I can understand how you could be so confused.
81% crazy.
I'm a little bit of everything.
Whenever I can get the hottest hot sauce because I'm trying to build up my getting the hardest spices I can find. Even trying the hardest hot sauce I can right now, which is Kaboom. That makes sense.
I'm a bitch.
Christ. Really, no.
I have no hopes. I
Just
have
keep your
no
relationship with Blazer
dreams.
professional. 3%?
And it doesn't
3%.
even function anyway. Because every record's function. It's like, will take me as I am. Just tiny little
Crazy.
bitch. Have a man.
Told Chase they weren't sure about killing 29%. That's about what I would expect.
And I'm going to
Held your own against the Red Ring on Sardine. 74 safe. Torrance Middle School show.
Poetry. I'm a bitch. I'm a
56%?
lover. I'm a child. I'm a mother. I'm a sinner and a saint. I do not feel ashamed. I'm your hell. I'm your
He's trying his
dream.
best. We'll go with that. She wanted your Mandy? I'm sure she did. But I don't want a romance for Weaving.
That's tough for anybody. That's like, that's so hard.
Perform better than 70%? Damn.
Oh, guitar riff.
Oh my god, Flambe, you're such a loser, dude. Come on. Wait, they're on Spotify? You're lying. Yeah, because romance? We don't need romance where we're going. I love that pathetic man so much. He could fix his facial hair and lose the deep V. He would be a decent hero. Honestly, also untie the ponytail. We got the Mecha Junkler. Oh my god.
Everybody, I appreciate you coming to see this. Your support means a lot.
More than a lot. It means 936 American dollars. Cash, lad.
We're only here because these broke asses want proof before they pay.
That
Oh my
actually
god.
makes way more sense.
Can't believe you actually hung out with these fuckers.
You jealous, old man?
Of what?
Is the proof that the suit is in the basement not enough for these people?
Right. That's what criminals do at bars. They ruin everybody's fun. Fact. If you're gonna make me stand next to a criminal, you at least hurry this shit up.
If you're gonna make me stand next to Benjamin...
You missed 3 a.m. tacos.
Change his diaper.
You're the only one here to
3 a.m. tacos is a bonding experience.
What you missed
And don't you
was
fucking
3
forget it.
tacos leading to 4 a.m. heartburn, followed by 5 a.m. diarrhea. And despite all of that, it was lovely.
Okay, protocol test 19.
Why is he no longer Mecha Man? The suit got destroyed in the first chapter. Also, hold on. I need chapstick.
No.
Yeah, they blew up his
All
suit.
reading super stable.
Fucking love you, Roy. Not the fucking.
Grand re-entrance.
Good lord. Not the fucking VR chat emote wheel. Spare uppies? Spare uppies? You already know the answer to that, Ganon. You're on probation.
See there? Is that confirmation enough for you cheap ass bitches?
Pay me my money.
Fucking hell.
Told y'all it's so
Wait, how did she guess that it was Mecha Man?
It's a fucking waste of time. If he was gonna lie about being a hero, why would he pick Mecha Man?
Reminder the mic is still open.
Not bad, right?
Look better
So he hasn't been repairing his body itself yet.
I thought the same too, but I think the purple is a nice touch.
What smoke? Shut it down!
What smoke? It was in the room. The whole room was filled with it. I was gonna say, just pull the plug, dude.
It's locked down.
Oh, fuck, I'm on it.
Just unplug it, dude. We already know the unplugging part works. Damn, I can't believe we're all dead. Have you raised purple colorblind? Well, yeah, they still see the smoke. Game over. Good game. All right, time to restart, chat. For the 4th time. Beef. All is well. Beef is here.
Welcome back.
Okay, I'm kind of respecting the fact of him stepping from behind the point of view of the IV bag.
You okay, Royd? Why do you look worse than me?
It's over, brother. I cannot recreate the astral pulse. Too much power. Too small a size. No pulse mean I can't make the man Mecca.
Yeah, but then it also just seems to be like an endless power
good enough, bro.
supply, or does it like
Fail
charge up
you,
over time?
Fail everybody. Almost bring down the whole team.
I believe in you, boss man.
Listen, you might not believe in yourself right now, but I believe in you, Royd.
It's not a little league game, brother. This real life.
Well, yeah, but the entirety of life is basically an experiment, and it can fail and will fail.
You did your best.
Time for a new hypothesis,
I can't
nerd.
ask for anything else. Thank you.
Miniature star in a plasma cell?
I heard that big bastard crying in the bathroom. Makes it hard to shit when somebody's doing that next to you, you know?
Oh my God.
Distracting. Yeah. Everyone else okay? And busy gal?
Fine. One thing she's good at is disappearing when people get hurt.
I was gonna say, as opposed to Waterboy
You give
shitting his
everyone
brains
shit,
out
but it always seems extra with Vizzy.
earlier in the series.
She's a liability. And one of us needs to be objective when it's clear something's going on between the two of you. Don't think I don't see it. It's all over your stupid face. You like it.
It's strictly professional.
I got a hater for both of us.
You're reading it wrong. We work together, Chase. Our relationship is strictly professional. Nothing more than that.
Look,
Hi,
just be
Onion.
careful, kid. Some people, they're black holes. You reach out to help them, and they just suck you in and do whatever the fuck black holes do. I don't know.
Spit you out in a multi-universal fashion, or completely atomize you.
Your new look
Spaghettify,
screams,
yes, thank
I
you,
know
Grins.
some science shit, so I was with you the whole way.
No, come on.
I've replaced this for the romance offers the new cyberpunk partition it. What do you mean partition it?
All I've got to do is sit at a desk.
Oh, replay.
Work doesn't land you in the infirmary. Think about that.
I'll mull it over.
How goes the hero operator game? I'm enjoying it. It's the big dude again. We know he's an operator. Why does he come in full outfit every time?
Proceed with caution. Oh, 1 sec. What are you doing up?
Turns out, I'm completely fine. Just sort of time traveled several hours into the future where I feel pretty rested.
Oh, cool, yeah. That happens to me every night.
Wish I could say the same.
Oh my
How's
God.
the ship going?
Good. Yeah. Challenging. Made worse by all the enhanced villains we're dealing with lately. I have a whole new appreciation for you.
She's the one who's been handling Z-Team for however long we've been out.
I'm sorry about the pulse. Give us some time. Royd's a little down, but I'm sure we can come up with alternate power sources.
Okay.
Hey, really looking
The
forward to
Areola Arsenal, shut up.
timing.
Yeah.
You
same.
can't go talking about that, Grins. It was one time and it was censored. Behave. 7 hours, he just said. Okay, so we just slept it off over the night. Wait a second. Was that a rebranded?
I'm dispatch dude, but I don't know if
shit.
sending Malevola to sub at Sunday school was the move.
That I'm totally old enough to play. Blend in with the line to not look like a scalper.
Better get a towel.
You know what? We're just sending him.
I need to pop on down to the store. Can someone watch my sweet kitty Hobbs while I'm out? He's fussy today.
Okay. I guess. Just send both of these guys. That's fine.
All right, what I fucking
Why is that
miss?
4? Are we gonna find out Hobbs is like 6 feet tall at the shoulder?
Man's a bit sturdier than we thought.
Damn, boy, you ate mad shit.
We got your present.
Oh, that's fine.
I
Probably.
did. Thank you. That was very nice.
We were remiss. I mean,
Oh, barely short of the
Glad you're
experience.
back, Robbie. Things were almost too boring around here.
Of course. Of fucking course. Stand your ground. I knew it. There was no way you have... Looks like it just wants to play. Ooh. Love Bomb the Tiger. Uh-oh.
Hey, fit like a glove.
You didn't get the tiger one? Let's do... Get more vigor going. Then we're gonna raise that intellect. Works for me.
Time to freak some fuckers out.
Cyberbully.
Asshole keeps
Really?
hacking to my notes app. He's fucking with all my stand-up comedy material. Also, I think they have access to our secure servers.
Oh my god. Are you serious? What the fuck?
Nailed it.
Go, buddy. Oh, wrong way. Whoop. Fuck. Okay, that's fine. That actually worked out. Okay. One, up, down. Up, down. Left, right, left. Up, down, left, right, left. Okay. I'm a dad now. Golem, chillest dad ever. Oh, the kaiju one? I'm a dad now.
Hello? Yes, it's that time of month again. Send your finest over to clean my abode.
Here I come.
Oh, we're short slightly. Here, hold on a second. Let's see. Does Malevola... Oh, nope. She doesn't have high enough stats for the double experience. Yeah, we'll just go get him
Blazer,
prism.
hold down the fort, okay?
She did the best she could. Must be a bit rusty.
She's been away from the desk too long.
I thought this was an easy job.
Well, it's not. I just make it look easy.
I'm just saying, she also hasn't...
You're actually cool. He's not. He's just been gone
Number
all day,
one
so it seems
Phenomena
like-
fan? Uh-oh. Picking fights with randos outside the convention center? You.
Smile. This is fun.
You.
Ma'am? Okay, you have to stop calling me that.
Flambe is still out sick.
Wait, has he been calling Malevola ma'am this whole time?
Funny. I thought he was gonna catch me on the way in. Fuck me up in the parking lot.
Yeah, I thought so too.
What does that mean? Uh-oh. Hauntings on Craven Avenue.
Believes me, but there's definitely a ghost in my house. Anybody over there good at exorcisms or whatever?
Not really.
Blessed to be busy.
Fuck it. Yeah, we'll send both
I
of them.
definitely saw the ghost of my 4th grade algebra teacher once. She still got it.
No time for hero training. Investigate the pipes. Oh, investigate the pipes. Guys, get out, please. Did they just leave? Wait. Axio, did you fucking buy me a burger?
Everybody should step back.
All right, here, hold on.
Coming up, and we're hosting a little roast of the mayor. An SDN hero would really round out our guest list.
Okay.
Oh, hell yes.
Go get him, Prism. Full-on gang war happening. Oh, fuck. We have coffee. Punch up.
Fresh as a daisy.
Wiki, wiki, eggs and bacon, my guy.
Oh, what's it going to be this time?
Yeah, that'll have to do.
Oh, did you guys get Vanderstein and his wife got divorced?
I don't even know who we can send to training.
Portfolio is fucked.
I knew the vibes were
Hold
off
on a
this
second.
morning, but I couldn't tell if it was divorce vibes or shitty commute traffic vibes.
Hey, maybe she's not going to hell after all.
Marrying someone can...
I guess maybe we can just resend them and
Yeah,
get the
but
other.
only
Oh, we haven't sent Malevola to training at all. Oh, shit. We're sending Malevola to training.
Faction of Light needs your help to overtake the Faction of Darkness. Preferably before 8 when the park closes.
What the fuck is a LARP?
It stands for
What the
live
fuck is
action
LARP?
role play, but it's not a sex thing. Okay, it's like people dressing up and playing.
Axio Burger? Axio fucking
sounds like a sex
got the D's Nuts Burger again. Which means we'll probably have like a little video break
Insufferable about this.
in the middle. Okay, a bunch of them are gonna come off resting in just a second. But I'm guessing, oh shit. Yep. Ooh! Hell yeah.
The type of shit I'm on you wouldn't understand.
Shut up. Oh dear God. All right, hold on.
Blazer's doing a speech over at the college, and one of you will be there to hear it.
Wait, I can't send her? Great. That's fine. LARP. Delivery bots.
Mr. Vanderstank is requesting assistance. His line of delivery bots appear to have gained sentience and are attacking the city.
Woohoo!
All right, you two go.
Told you guys. Dude was one divorce away from a total robot uprising.
Sorry, Malevola, you're going on your own.
Fucking nuts. Gotta love him. You know they even made the park into a
That's still
hellhole?
pretty good. Except when that happens. Marrying a billionaire would send you to hell? That's
Nice.
hilarious. I'm sorry, I missed it, Otaku. We're working fast here. We're working fast. Hybrid form. Sonar sent on a call that fails. Can talk his way out of it and reattempt the call. Immune to injuries. Resting time is reduced by half. Ooh, we'll take that. All right, so hold on. We got a bunch of stats to spread here. Let's increase your mobility there, bud. Higher charisma, because you're nice. Higher combat.
Robbery downtown. Suspect is in pursuit, but we need SDN to defrost the bank.
Fuck. I don't have any. Shit. Taken over. Wait. Have taken over the mayor's afternoon. They're holding everyone hostage. Yachties.
The Yachties have taken over the mayor's after party. They're holding everyone hostage on their yacht.
You know what? Fuck it. Fuck the mayor. Ooh. What's your highest stat? Intelligence? Ooh. Bard? Knight. Knight. Because I think it's funny as Malevola as the knight. Oh, fuck, it's Vigor. Nope, not even close. Should have known. Of course, there was no intelligence. Okay. You cut Sonar in your playthrough? I cut Coop. Just because I kind of wanted to keep Sonar. Because he was our only flyer at the time. Get that mobility up. She also just hit rank 10. We'll do that. Break the ice, melt the ice.
Might take a while, but
Let's see what these options are.
chipping away at the ice.
Entire experience, that works for me. Wait, wrong way.
I love a symmetrical stage.
Still get a champ. Reprogram the bots. Yeah, we can do that. We have hybrid sonar right now.
Way to reprogram them.
All right, you got to do that one on your own, bud.
So you must be like rich, right? You know, from being
Shimpatown
Mecha
sewer
Man.
surveillance.
Hate to break it to you, but there's a reason why I'm here right now, and it's not because I love the corporate lifestyle.
It's a 401k matching, isn't it?
I don't actually have one of those. I always thought I would die in a blaze of glory before the whole retirement thing.
If you want to set one up, don't use the company one. I know a guy. Not strictly legal, but juicy rate of return.
Why am I
I'll
not
just
surprised?
Stick with the blaze of glory.
Wait for me, baby.
This is not a great combo, but that's what we got to do.
I'm taking another break.
You do better in person anyways.
And I'm actually over 6 foot.
Since when?
Shit, since the mudslide last week. Yo, who got the snacks?
I thought you said you had
Wait, does he add the mass of like landslides and shit to him? Is that what we just learned?
Fucking beat. I'll see your dumbasses in the morning.
I've got the booze. Folks down for a carpool? I got room.
I'm good. I'll fly over in a bit.
I would like a ride. I'll bring extra towels.
Poor budding. Poor budding. Let's do that. Sonar. Let's get... Fuck it. That. He's forever bat? Yeah, he's a mutant. Okay, I'm guessing this is the end of the shift. Okay, that's a little close, but should be fine.
Holy moly!
Nice. More stats. Let's get you... All that. All that. Ah, sonar, of course. Tyrese of Mole People! Fuck. Charisma. Win them over kindness. Engage in diplomatic relations. Kindness. This is not gonna work. It's gonna be like 8. It's gonna have like an 8 requirements. Oh, didn't work. Protect the mole people. Oh, hell yeah, we can do that. That we can do. Let's raise your intelligence. Why not? Schmorter. It's fine. It's fine. We're already maxed rank anyway. There's so much choice to eat them. I bet it was to eat them. I wonder. I don't know. I don't think bats don't eat moles in any way, shape, or form. They're like the same size. Also, hold on. I need to check the text because smooth move.
I mean, you know, it feels like for the first time in a long time, I can see a light.
Okay, it's not gonna be delivered for another like 40 minutes. Where are your pants?
Which I'm sure you would appreciate. Been nice that we get to spend more time together, right?
I worked hard to be Mecha Man.
Heroes guiding them. It's not nothing, but I don't think I can sit on the sidelines. I worked hard to get good at being Mecha Man.
Also, I'm trying to remember the brand of that whiskey he's holding. Because it's a very expensive brand. I'm pretty sure it starts with a B.
But just when I feel
Barley's?
like
No.
I got a handle on
The
it,
name.
gotta
Blanton's?
figure
Yeah,
it out.
Blanton's.
I think about Chase.
Step
and my dad and Shroud.
Can't even lost the pants. I'm wearing sweatpants. It's too cold to lose the pants.
You know what I mean?
Ivan, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? We're also about to have a commercial break, so...
Exactly. See?
Here, let's go ahead and pause it here real quick with our beefy conversation. But I need to run to the bathroom. And I will be back in just a minute. You are not allowed to burn the place down. I'm watching you. I'm watching you. Have fun, kids. Just had to make sure. Just had to make sure. I see that level reset. Did y'all fail? Did y'all fail in level 2? Eat our union out? No, y'all are allowed to unionize. I'm not going to stop you from unionizing. You just have to be reasonable in your demands. And uppies are not reasonable demands. Hi, Evil Vaughn. Welcome in. How are you? Hi, Halo. Whiskey Fever. Ah, damn, I haven't heard this song in a long time. All right, kids. Hold on a second. In her kiss, I taste the revolution. Hold on a second. God damn it. Okay. You're not just forgiving me because of my huge ass. Of course not huge ass, Kevin. I would never. Local 220 uppies? I said reasonable demands. Hi, Evil. Huge ass? Oh my God, is that huge ass in the flesh?
This is why I appreciate her talks.
That doesn't sound good. Time to go off the balcony. Never mind. It's the bad bitch.
Are you decent?
Definitely a house that needs some warmth.
Yeah, I told him that the last time I came.
I'm in my underwear.
I am in my underwear.
Yeah, I can see you. I was joking when I asked if you're decent.
I know. I just need you to know.
Oh, wait, was there a mark on the door? Do her portals leave marks?
That rubs out, by the way. You
Okay,
have
it's
to
just
put a little
ash.
muscle into it. Do you know where you want to hang this?
Why are you holding a lamp?
I think he's only considered where he'd hang himself. That corner seems fine. It's a
I'm gonna say, that's not a lamp, that's a chandelier.
Robert.
Also, I'm just more impressed that her
Wait, people. More people are coming here?
that her
To my
fucking
home.
the chandelier that she brought
I'm
is
not
pretty
really in a
snazzy.
party mood right now.
Know what it looks like to me with you.
Oh no, I remember what I was gonna say. Her tail. Why is her tail so strong? That doesn't make any
Family
sense.
photo area? Kind of morbid. Which I'm kind of into.
Is that my work computer?
We figured it out, brother. The man can be Mecca again.
After
Where
a
did the
little
projector
premature
come
jet
from?
Explosion, I had this feeling like I'd seen it before.
Then Vizzy asked me to get the energy reading we got this morning and cross-reference with recent calls.
Oh, we're
wait.
searching for the astral
It's not
pulse.
destroyed?
Nope. And a bunch of
She probably does
B-grade
reps with it?
villains
That's
trying to
crazy,
unlock the power
considering
and
how
end
thin
up
it is.
blowing their asses off like you did. Then they sell it on the next sucker and the same shit. It's passed hands at least 4 times that we've tracked.
Oh, so
How does
somebody's
Shroud
been
not know
selling
this?
it.
Probably think like us. They think it was destroyed. But he's a smart fucker, and he gonna figure it out soon enough.
That's why we get to it first.
Which is why we're having a party?
The Z-Teamers know every low-level supervillain in 3 counties. We track its location. They'll know who has it. Then we kick in some doors, knock some heads, snatch that shit back, and you'll be pulsing or whatever in no time.
Why do you do all this?
Why'd you do all this?
I don't know. You helped me, and now I'm helping you. Just shut the fuck up about it until we find the thing.
So, one of the last things that we got was from a boat.
Calisthenics of Tails? Oh, good lord.
Which is?
Oh, Yachty territory.
Why, she
How did
said
you
first.
install that?
You know much about those guys?
Old money crew of ascot wearing cokeheads. Skylar Arcadia runs it now. 3 generations that family's been
Arcadi?
What are they accusing you of?
You're cute.
We're gonna ask you some questions about a piece of tech they moved. But first, Rob gotta put on pants.
Aw, what? But then I can't do this.
Yep, right on that.
Really? Really? Keep close for beef. Amazing. Amazing. I don't know this song. Really, Sonar? There's the party man animal. Look at him. Look at that dude. I love him. I fucking love Punch Up, dude. That's a good hero concept. That's a good hero concept. I don't care what anybody says. I like no man with big arms. I'm sorry, Leprechaun. Wait, did they all bring lamps? Beats a baby. Somebody about to jump up. Whole ass couch. Oh, this is cute. I think Malevola and Punch Up are my favorite characters. No ifs, ands, or buts. Golem is right up there too. But more blonde blazer butt. Where'd Roy go? Oh, there he is. It looks like they reused some of the dances, because Blazer is doing the same dance that 2 scene snaps back fucking Prism was doing. No, no, no! Oh my god, not the salt lamp, dude. The desk lamp, though, on the other hand. Super beer. What do you mean? No, I'm not here to romance the bitch.
Felt more dramatic.
I don't give a shit. Dancing is forbidden. Kissing's forbidden.
Always a warehouse by the docks.
It's where stuff
These
comes
lips are
in
only
and
for
stuff
one
goes
bad
out.
bitch.
Not a
And she's
rocket
6'6" and red.
No, that was my dad.
Okay, I take it back. It's for 2 bad bitches. It's one that's 6'6" and red, and the other one is like 7'2" with really long hair.
More than shit, you need a fucking army.
Let's see how long it takes y'all to figure out who that is.
Can't shoot what you can't see.
Look, this is really great work, but doing this tonight is out of the question. Hitting a secure location like this is something they would handle downtown.
Are you kidding? There's enough firepower in this room to take down a fucking kaiju.
Bunch of drunk ass.
I mean, y'all did take down a kaiju earlier. And there was only like 3 of you that did it.
Hey, no need for that. We take the day to plan it with downtown and hit the
First
warehouse
replay through
tomorrow
has to be in Romancing and Visigow. I couldn't care less.
If we don't grab it, someone else will.
Let's make a plan
This is
first.
incredible, Viz, but Blazer's right. We make a plan. No need to rush this.
There's no guarantee it'll be there tomorrow. We need to go now.
She said no. You understand that word, or has it got too many fucking syllables for you?
Why don't you go walk your ass around a mall, Grandpa? Heroes are talking.
You are no fucking hero.
Whoa, hey!
She named you Invisigal, you named yourself Invisibitch, and you had it fucking right.
Chase, you're drunk. You need to stop talking.
You want to get people hurt, get people fucking killed, then you need to go back to the team where you belong.
Hey, everybody just calm down.
This is crazy.
She thinks she's like you, but she's not. Robert doesn't need to keep going out there with no powers, putting his
Are you
life
serious?
on the
Is the
line
way
to
that I
make
have
up
to
for assholes
deny
like
a
you.
romantic
You don't need
relationship
be
going to be that I have to
a hero.
agree with Chase?
You're playing them, you're playing yourself. You think you're invisible, but I fucking see you.
You don't know anything about me.
I know you're a liar, criminal. I know you're fucking dangerous. What else do I need to know? There. Now I know you're a coward.
Oh my god.
Still a coward.
Oh my god. Vizzy, wait!
Do not call her Vizzy.
That was a nice uppercut. That bitch sent his ass airborne. How are you not
You okay,
dead?
Chase?
Chase, are you alright?
That's enough for tonight. I'm sorry this turned into whatever just happened.
Which
Anyone
causes
who utters
issues?
one word about
Oh,
what
okay.
happened
So that's if
tonight
you told
fucking
them that you were Robert. He was gonna call us.
Got it?
He was gonna call us Mecha Man. And that point where he was like a hero like you. Is it Flambe?
Visigal.
Yeah, so I might have to do that once a month or so as a release of my hatred for you.
Damn, really thought
That,
he really thought
perhaps
this
with
guy was gonna come
some
back.
time, You'll be less of a bitch to me. Yeah, we'll see. Happy housewarming, bitch. Your place fucking sucks.
Throw him in the trash can. Ah, damn it. All the lamps, baby. I could actually use a new lamp right now. I tried to take the light bulb out of my lamp last night. You punishing yourself?
Oh.
Hold on. I tried to take the bulb out of my, I say try like I didn't do it. I took the bulb out and for some reason part of it was broken last night. I was like, okay, I'll just go grab a new bulb and put it in the light. And every light bulb I tried doesn't light up in this fucking lamp. Granted, it's an antique lamp. It's like 60 plus years old. But the light bulb that was in it before worked totally fine. But now like all the new light bulbs that we have in this fucking house that I tried just didn't light up. Get the Moss lamp party? Oh my god.
Time out.
Where, Finn? There, Finn.
You were bad. Thought you went home.
Came back to apologize.
Hi, Crow.
All these goddamn apartments look the same. That guy watching us from the balcony walked into his house thinking it was yours. Sorry about that. Fuck you!
Hey, he said he was sorry.
Well, fuck you too!
Okay, let's just...
What the fuck are you standing on your balcony naked, dude? Don't lick the salt lamp. That's bad.
Sure
I don't know why I like flambe. Because you like bad attitudes.
She told you?
Made quite a first impression.
They weren't UV, no.
In people's mouths.
They weren't UV. Why would they be UV?
Somehow made sex boring.
Okay, now you sound how you look.
Another thing I can't do anymore. Fuck. Maybe it's why I say the word so much.
Sorry, Chase. I hadn't thought about that.
I had a pretty good
Because the man is also not even 40, which is painful.
Why we do what we do. Help people. Put it all on the line for someone who won't ever know your name, won't send you a
It's the right thing to do.
won't be at your bedside when you get hurt.
Hey, Hectic. How was your stream? Did you have a good time?
And you think
did you break anything?
will be able to tell
How many people did you kill? How was Doom?
Busy. I was gonna walk off the team. You know, she's feeling low. Talking about how she was born with powers that always meant she'd end up as a villain.
Ugh, powers don't mean you're a villain.
Like he was...
Look at Flambe. He
faded.
flamed on and was the bad guy.
So, obviously, I gave her the pep talk, you know. Like, that's all bullshit. You make up your
Fair
own
point.
shit, yada, yada. I don't even remember what I said, but I do
Count Doom
remember
demons as
thinking,
people? I mean, kind of. They technically are people.
Fuck.
Technically have consciences.
Yeah.
They are
Must have been
sentient.
weird.
That's the word I'm looking for.
Like, if I didn't have you, you know, and my dad, where would I have ended up?
That's a good fucking question, my dude. Who knows? That's an entirely different world from where you are now. You would have never been Mecha Man.
Like her.
Oh, come on. You've stolen things, too.
What? You racist motherfucker. I never stole a fucking thing in my entire fucking life.
Chase.
That's lying.
You've literally stolen things from me.
Oh, yeah, but that doesn't count. That was for somebody else.
And it was Walmart.
What, you quietly contemplating?
Shoplifting at Walmart's not illegal. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, I guess I hadn't considered some things.
Shoplifting from mega corporations ain't illegal, nor is it morally corrupt. Fuck that shit. This is a joke, Twitch. This is a joke. Oh my god, he's pulling the salt lamp again.
Oh, where's my guy? Oh, I'm sorry, my poor boy. That's it. There's my boy. There's my good boy. Who's a good boy? Beef is.
Oh, him having to lower himself so slowly. Again, though, like the 50 times speed, aging him 50 times faster means that he had to be running like a fucking lot.
Is there a mic on this? Hey! Hey, can you hear me? The fuck are you doing?
Oh, not much. Just looking for your stupid ass pulse that's somewhere on this big ass boat.
Why, you stupid bitch?
Drop it in the supervillain group chat, because this place is crawling with dipshits. Good news is they don't know where it is either.
You know who's not good, beefy boy? You know who's a real pain?
Busy.
Wait, if they know it's
You're
here.
disappointed, I'm disappointed. I'm sure Chase will have some shit to talk, but I'm here. And this is our last chance of getting this thing.
Hi, Tuka. You missed.
Maybe if I can hack into the system, I can
Can't stop me from taking it. You can't. You can't even pull a pin out, bud.
Something would be great. Yeah, let's start with something.
Oh god damn it!
Don't you mess with me.
Up, right. Wait, is that one? Up, right.
Shit, need the password.
Other side. There we go.
Hey, I'm getting a huge energy reading coming from the captain's quarters.
Right, and I'm supposed to know where that is?
See that tower?
The biggest one. It's at the top.
Oh, perfect. So you want me to cross this active battlefield?
Look, I didn't want you to do any of this shit.
I get it, okay. Jesus.
Oh god, that's toxic.
Looks like she might know something we don't.
What was that accent?
Shit, they're onto me.
Oh, hey, there's a door to your left.
Fuck, it's locked. Feel free to take your time. Just catching up with some old friends.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh, she has a health bar?
Almost got it.
Fuck.
Still got it.
I think I can use this.
Hurry up!
Left, up, right. Okay. Why is that door digitized? What the fuck? Eat box, loser. And then you had to come right back outside.
Okay, hey, Izzy, lead him towards that speaker tower. I've got an idea.
Why did we have to go inside the tower if we were just gonna jump right back out? Why not climb on top of the boxes?
Follow me, Featherdick. I got something real cool to show you. At the tower. Do your thing.
Working on it.
Work faster.
Oh, wait. Not what I wanted to do. Okay. Whippersnapper, you're kidding.
Busy. Cover your ears.
Is that what
He even
brings
makes
my
crow
innocence?
sounds.
Busy, look out, behind you.
Again, I don't know why we suddenly gave her a pet name.
Fuck me. How am I supposed to get around that?
Look, hey.
They really want you to do one of the romances.
Huh?
She's good at what she does. Okay.
God, why does the crane have the hardest controls? Fuck. My knee just
Oh, hi.
Through.
Fuck me, they're minding me.
Oh. Oh shit. Oh, come on. Okay. We got left, right. All right, come here.
There we go.
Come here. Get out of here.
Now the crane.
Okay. Is this bitch dumbly dying?
Right here.
I do have, again, several concerns about the...
Be right in front of you.
Tell us where the pulse is, Invisibitch, before we go full Pompeii on your ass.
Full Pompeii.
Pompeii on my ass? What kind of threat is that? You gonna give me diarrhea?
Wait, no. That was predictable.
Blabba Lad is his name. That crowbar ain't gonna do shit. Also, where did you get that crowbar?
That's not gonna hold him for long.
It's in the safe.
The safe?
Why is it in the
How to
safe?
open a fucking safe?
Alright, let me see what I can do.
Why is there a safe? Who put it in the safe?
I'd say this was excessive, but...
Oh god, do I have to do another map? Of course. Oh, you're fucking joking. Fuck off.
All right, shit. There's no more.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Fine, there's only one. There's only one. Okay.
Alright.
How was the AR fight? AR fight.
I don't know. Does it look like a little glowy butt plug?
You know what? I guess it does. Okay.
It hasn't. Why are you bringing the whole case?
Why did stop? Holy shit, are they? Robert, what's going on?
I'm here. Just hang on. Trying to get the camera back online. I see you. You're good. Just take one step at a time.
This is not gonna go well. I know this isn't gonna go well. We haven't had the game, what is it? The game defining tragedy.
Stop.
Stupid.
No. Hey, Izzy, stay calm. Your inhaler, it's...
What kind of gas grenade is that?
Hey, Vizzy, he's just gonna keep fucking with you, but you don't give up, okay?
What a fucking dweeb. That's a good fucking question.
Vizzy, you gotta fight.
Like, Sonar could be there in 2 minutes.
Vizzy, hey, listen to me. You get up. Get up!
Hi, Beef.
Keep up.
No!
Fuck.
You're good.
The hell? Oh, come on, Chase. Somebody call a fucking ambulance. That old man just hit the concrete. Wait, we have a car? We've not had any scenes or evidence that we've had a car this whole time. Aside from the fact that we had the Mecha Man suit. Fucking parked in a parking garage. He's aged, what's 50 times 12? That's a good question. 60 times another 10, 600? I was gonna say that, but that was 12 seconds. That dude got there in like 12 seconds. 69%. Nice. Also, hold on a second. I need to check and see if I have a text or something while we're on the credits. Is there no music for this one? There's no music for this one. Huh. Weird. Wait a second. Hold on. I just got an email. This is important. Wait, Routine is coming out? No fucking way is Routine coming out. 62% of players danced with Invisigal. I didn't get to pick who I danced with. What do you mean 62%? 35% of players flexed. Okay. Reprogrammed Banco's delivery bots. Befriended the mole people. Played Knights. Oh my god. Wait. That's so funny. Still better than 70%. Hell yeah. Pro gamer, baby. Routine was that retro robot horror game that like had a trailer in fucking like 2019. And I apparently just got a key in my email for it. I didn't know it was coming out.
I'm too old to be crying.
Huh? Oh no, a flashback.
No, you're not. I cry all the time.
Really? When?
When I was your age, I cried for weeks when the Raiders left LA.
Is this gonna be Chase?
Yeah,
Wait, he was only a
totally the
teenager?
fucking Same as my dad.
I
Never
thought
being
Chase was an
home.
adult.
Whoa, motherfucker. Language. And it was the same. My pops had season tickets growing up.
Oh, whoa, motherfucker, watch your mouth.
Being there with them. So, yeah, when they moved, I was crying.
I thought it was
like a
canceled.
little
I don't
bitch,
think
too.
so.
Are you saying I'm crying like a bitch?
Yes, bitch.
Marin is the old man
That's
still
exactly
kicking?
what I'm
I don't
saying.
know. We have
What
the
do you want from
flashback.
store? Your dad gave me 100 and I gotta break the shit anyway.
He pays you?
To be around your crying bitch ass? Fuck yeah, he pays me.
Why was he crying?
Now,
Did he
come
cover
on,
that?
whatever you
Or was he just crying for some other reason?
Just make it less than $20, because I'm not trying to go broke every time you get
Twinkies!
lonely.
Because I guess we're obsessed with
Can
Twinkies.
I get a Twinkie?
Hey, because you're crying, you can have two.
There's two in a
They
pack.
Come in 2 packs.
No shit, kid. I was joking. Keep up.
Damn, you know what we need to introduce this kid to? Little Debbie Christmas cakes. Welcome back.
There, bitch. You happy now?
That was faster than... Hell yeah.
Yeah, whoa.
That was faster than a fucking cashier could even check him out. He stole that shit. Routine's already out? What do you mean? Did it just release today?
Bet it went back that far.
No. He's like my brother.
He was like a big brother to me. I didn't appreciate it enough.
I'm sorry.
Chase
Why does he have a
only
neck
babysat
brace, though?
nights when Dad had to deal with something big.
I mean, his back should be theoretically fine. Why not beer? Because we aren't 21.
I'd still ask to have him wash me because I could guilt trip him into buying me shit. He never said no. I made him run a lot back then.
Right. So maybe one less store run for bitch-ass Robert and he wouldn't be stuck in here. That's what you're saying, right?
I mean, it was, but now that you put it like that.
Delivery's gonna be here soon.
The only person that put Chase here. Pending the investigation,
Oh, shit.
Vizigal suspended. Obviously, but
10 gigs? There's no
I
way.
think you should consider cutting her from the team.
Oh no, this game's gonna be trash. Oh, I'm scared.
I'm not saying you should.
They advertised it
I'm
6
just
years
saying
ago.
You should consider it.
Mm,
It's 100% your call.
Can
I'll get back to you.
Back to you. I really don't want to think about it right now.
Of course. Yeah. It's just I can't help but think that we've already cut a hero for far less.
We had to send a message.
That's kind of my point.
do we cut her or can't we just put her on like probation or something? Or what is it? Suspension?
Vending machine?
Why are you on your knees?
Whatever I want.
He's so fucking proud of the man you've become.
Oh. They cover his ear of his homie just born with it. I think he got shot at some point. Yeah, that's an appropriate reaction. It's either cut or no cut. Oh. Hmm. Oh. And an empty vending machine. The only thing left are Twinkies. Who knows when those are from? You got to do face up, bud. It's face up. Hey, Waterboy. That's a soggy build there, champ. I don't think that's going to work better. The microwave.
You okay, bud?
It's just... I'm just mad.
Yeah. I'm a little mad too.
All right, hold on a second, chat. I'm just gonna go slump because the delivery person dropped it off. I'm gonna go grab it off the front porch before something happens to it, and it's out in the cold too long. Sorry that took so long, y'all. There was some packages I had to bring in. Also, there was a gigantic package. I have no idea what's fucking in it because it was light as shit. Scatter, she's back. What do you mean? No, don't scatter. All right, let's do this.
It's not fair. Invisigal was the one who... And then Chase shouldn't have...
I know, buddy. I know. Oh my god, this thing is sloppy.
Do you think he did the right thing? I mean, I don't... It seems very not clear. Or unclear.
I honestly don't know.
You know, Waterboy, I wish I had an answer for you. In this case, I really don't know.
For routine? Oh. Because you keep taking all the fun stuff? Yeah, because you keep breaking it. More chairs.
Feel better?
Anyway, burger.
Oh
shit, it has
clean it
chocolate melted out the sides. Oh, good lord.
Hey. You've all probably heard some version of what happened.
You can't break a beer? Yes, you can.
Let's get to it. Main takeaways are that Invisigal has been suspended, so we're a person down the shift, and that Chase is in the infirmary. And he's in pretty rough shape. Despite his disposition, he really likes you all. Just don't tell him I
Oh my god.
I've found doing
I
something
fucked up.
good
I'm covered in
always helps
chocolate.
when I'm feeling.
I'm covered in chocolate. Hold on a second. Not chocolate covered Marin, please. A chocolate Eldritch Horror. Thing is, like, this whole package, in the last time I got this, it came in a box. This time it just came wrapped in, like, what looks like the generic chicken sandwich wrapper. This isn't chicken, though. And, like, all the chocolate has melted inside the package. It's fucking everywhere. Mainly on my fingers, though. But it's so good. But it's so greasy. Why would I put a hot burger in the freezer that just got here in delivery? But anyway. God, do I need to pull a video up? Because finishing this is only going to take like less than 5 minutes. I think we're fine. I think we'll just keep going with the game.
Bad. We're fortunate to have that opportunity. Something Chase never took for granted. So, let's get to work.
Yeah, it's, oh shit, never mind. It's right into the fucking system. There is, but my fingers, the fingers that aren't covered in chocolate are covered in grease. Because these fucking, it's on Texas toast. So the toast is kind of slimy. So impatient to get to the game. Okay, we'll hang out. All right, the burger. It's one on Treat Stream that I thought would be funny to add to Treat Stream called the D's Nuts Burger from a local burger place. Here, I know what I can do real quick. All right. Sunset, would you do me a favor? Would you start that? I'm trying to touch my mouse and stuff as little as possible. Thank you. So this is one that they have on their menu. It is bacon jam, actual bacon, their own homemade potato chips, and Reese's cups on a burger. And we had it a couple weeks ago. Axio bought it for me then, and Axio bought this one for me now. But this one feels bigger for some reason. And the bacon jam is really where it's at. Sounds like you can get a heart attack in that place. Oh, for sure, if you wanted to. But it's genuinely the best burger place I've ever been to. And this burger is weirdly delicious. Oh, I did add a fried egg. I added a fried egg on top for some extra protein. Oh, good Lord. There's way too many things falling off the back of this burger. It's shockingly good. It's like, it's a very sweet and salty burger, but I think there's like jalapenos or something in the bacon jam because I'm getting like a little bit of a kick. Y'all failed? How could you? All right. I've got like 4 more bites or so. It's a very good song, Halo. It's one of my favorites. Sunstar, would you start another round? When I say it's messy over here, chat, I mean it. It's this burger is a mess. But damn, is it good? A mess? Is it a bikini or is it a thong? Wow, even adding the shading is crazy. What is that leaf? Why is it red and blue? Is it thighs? Is the word thighs? Also helmet. Helmet for that race car one, I'm pretty sure. Not helmet. That's so weird. All right. I finished this. Don't start another round. I'll be back in just a second. I'm just going to wash my hands. right.
Step inside.
Finish the rounds? What do you mean finish the rounds? I only follow bottoms. You're the third one here. Are you proud of yourself? Do you feel good? Go on. What do you have to say for yourself? I'll play the waiting game. Why do you keep running away from me? What did I do? How could you do this to me? All right, let's do this. It's raining. In the simulation, I guess. Beached whales.
We've got a fuck ton of beached whales off the coast. Could really use some help getting them back in the ocean.
You. Did you fall asleep, dude? Okay, yeah, we definitely need more mobility. But yeah, we'll send these two. Again, it is still very funny to me that Flambe just flies straight fucking there. Uh-oh. Up, Chuck. Landslip and sign.
Reinforcement, the damage to the resort is not as bad as it could have been.
Oof. Okay. Malevolon.
Sure, yeah.
You know what? Why not? Actually, hold on a second. Yeah, we still haven't figured out who she pairs with. I'm pretty sure it's Flambe, and I just keep forgetting to pair them.
Upchuck's rugby team lost, and he's throwing a very toxic tantrum.
Upchuck? Isn't that a bin 10 alien? We should caramel dancing in a circle around Bowen? What does that mean? Why? Why would you do that? And of course, it's the new I only follow bottoms. I knew I was right in following? Sure. Sure you are. Upchuck meet punch up? Hell yeah, dude. We'll send these two. It'll be fine. Runaway car.
He used to have more hair.
He used to have more hair. Okay. Oh, what the fuck are you? Oh! Okay, we don't know that one. Alright, come on, buddy. I like these towers. Left, right, right, left. Left, right, right, left. Alright, come on. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I see how it is. Okay, I got a little nervous there for a second. Okay. I'm gonna lick the towers. Don't lick the towers. They're electrified. These civilians in the path out of its destruction to safety. Yeah, we did that. That's fine. Didn't turn into any issues. What have you done? Oh, if we'd sent Golem. I know this guy.
Definitely don't mention that part, but can you go talk to him?
Yeah, happy to. What if you ever
The fucking hair swoop. Just swoop it back, my guy. Just pull it back. Looking good. All right, we need to get some mobility up on this team just as a whole. We'll give you 5. All right. And Fairbanks is down. I'm gonna sit on the towers. I mean, I guess it does have a flared base. I guess. Supposedly. Oh yeah, we nailed it. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, okay, Malevolent can't rank up anymore. Huh, she was able to get more points last time. That's weird, but okay. I guess. And then weirdly quiet. So, wait. crying and hurling? What's wrong, bud?
Shitface, I think he's about to piss mud on the high school.
Yeah, you know, I saw him pulling over a beer truck earlier. I did think that was weird.
Come on, buddy. Spit it out.
A lot of vomiting this shift.
Buddy.
I get it. I want to get shit-faced right now more than anything, but we got a job to do, and I need all of you to just hang in there until the end of the shift. After that, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
God damn it, Golem, you hurting yourself.
Can someone please go get Golem before he does more property damage?
Oh, fuck. Save Golem and carry him back? Oh, good lord. Okay, punch up.
Somebody's got it.
All right, we'll send both of you. That's a good combo. Actually, fuck it. Hold on. What does this combination look like? Sure, that's fine. Okay, that was like an error in the picture loading. For a second, it was Flambe's picture where punch up was supposed to be. Nah, this will be fine.
Hope you can walk. But, you know, if not, I need to work out today anyways.
Alright.
Okay, so we've got a super down here who controls bugs. Apparently they have beef with one of our farmers using pesticides. It's getting real biblical down here.
Happy to help.
You know what? Yeah. Biblical sounds like it may be relevant. Too much. Too much.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude. Risk it for the biscuit just by sending Malevola? Young Gravy? Oh yeah, I know that. I was gonna say, he's a rapper if I remember right. Save me from the ads chat. Gannon, what have we talked about begging for a sub?
Yep.
Do I dare gamba on the fact that we'll get a Malevola specific ending to this? Or can I?
Huh?
Still too high.
Oh, sure.
Okay. He has bugs. You know what? Fuck it.
Made the fucking rain. Flying's a bitch, you can't see shit.
The streets turned into a goddamn slip and slide.
I fucking love slip and slides, bro.
I haven't seen it come down this bad in a while.
I like it. Feels right for today.
Ooh. Okay. There's the synergy. Okay. Let's give you... You're only rank 6? Jesus. Yeah, I need to do more of these synergies so we can get the bonuses more often. Please tell me y'all did well. Oh yeah, no problem. No problem. Bug lady arrested.
Hey. Bone Zone pissed off the wrong gang, and they're holding him hostage. Listen, I know he sucks, but he writes my checks. Can you please just rescue him?
Alright, go get him, bud. Go get him, you two. Alright, hold on.
Training helps me keep my mind off of things. I really think it can help the team, too.
Why can't I send Malevola to training? She has none of her abilities. Golem trust, I guess. I'd rather send Malevola, but I guess it has to be like specific training sessions. Because like, it's locked here. And we can only send Golem.
Hi, just calling to confirm one of your Z Team heroes for our interview this afternoon to discuss the Phoenix program.
You know what? Yeah.
Hello?
We'll send the most level-headed one.
Is this thing working?
Sorry.
All right, what do you got, buddy? Once per shift, all of Golem stats can be reset. Oh. Each empty slot increasing stats by... Oh. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. I like that.
Red Wing's coordinating strikes across Torrance. Looks like they're hitting the port next.
It's the airport before the flight takes off? Alright, we'll send you two. It's safe? Here, we'll wait for... There we go.
Listen, we need to play it safe. I don't want anyone else getting hurt.
What happens if we put him in? No?
I'm going.
Oh, shit. Too high.
I'll go.
It's too high. Alright, maybe we do need to do just the all-out. Let's wait a little bit. Maybe we can also get punch up. Oh, hold on. What angle should we use? Focus on the facts. Overhype the team. Focus on the facts. She's got the higher intelligence. Oh, come on!
Figures.
Irritating.
Now is our chance to get payback. For Chase.
Okay. Oh shit, we gotta wait a little bit longer. Here, we can also wait on sonar. Wait, what do you mean waiting? Ah, this will be fine.
Fine, I'll fucking say it. What if Chase dies?
If you don't shut your mouth. What are you on about, lad?
Holy shit, man, that's dark.
That's,
Yeah, what if?
Why?
What if?
Not talking about it won't make it go away, okay? Fucking babies.
If he dies, he'll be taken care of. That I can promise.
How do you know?
I just did. Trust me.
Oh,
Girl,
that's
what
sweet.
What the fuck even are you?
What the fuck even are you? It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Here, we're gonna make this dude a fucking combat behemoth.
This fucking rain is flooding our neighborhood. We need this water gone.
Alright. Well... yeah, fuck it. I don't always like sending 3 people, but it's fine. At least we have Malevolent Sonar. They have bonuses. That's fine. Absorb. Wait, he can absorb water?
Water
All
boy.
right.
Think you can handle this?
Is my name Waterboy? I mean, it's... Yes.
Oh, come on! God damn it! Well, that's literally any other option would have been better. Why did I pick the special one?
What the fuck, man? We said less water, not more.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Not great, but this is all we can send right now. Shit's on fire, yo. Okay, that's good. Get that charisma up. Pick her up. You. Be fucking smarter. We're only gonna have Flambe to send, I think.
Oh my god! Okay, it's happening!
Okay, we could use that.
What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
That's fine.
There's a massive pile of containers on fire. Calm down!
Pile up? Oh, shit. Alright, punch up.
Daisy.
That is not great. But also fire being put out, sure.
The room's booked, yeah?
Yeah, confirmed it this morning. We're all good. Like we don't have enough fucking problems.
Oh, shit.
See you all that.
Okay. Hamster? What do you mean, hamster? No iPad? What else are we going to lose? What do you mean? I'm playing the ace route. It's fine. Oh, fuck the iPad. I was not paying attention. I didn't see dink donks. I didn't see ding dong, so it didn't register. Yeah, that's not great again. Ooh. Thank you for bounces not working properly. Two failures. God damn it.
Okay, team. Good shift, all things considered.
I did get a lucky bounce on that. That was crazy.
With some good news.
I'm glad that bounce did not actually follow the path of physics. And back, what I missed? Nothing. Twinkie. Oh god, it's that cringy fucking Phenomenon commercial again. Buddy, that said you had 3 emails you hadn't read. Whole iPad days? Nodders? No. You want a whole iPad day? What would be... What the fuck, guys?
You want to party that up? What are y'all looking at?
Just brushed himself off and comes right back in.
Oh. Cheers, lad. Good looking out.
Hello, everyone. What's going on?
The fucking
What's it
spit.
look like? This dumbass kicked that dumbass out the fucking door.
Okay, cool. Now that we got all of the details clear, why?
That's just a difference of opinion. I got heated, got in Golem's face. He had every right to punt me through the wall.
Right, it's a door, and I doubt you were actually in his face.
More like ankle, which made him easier to kick.
What the fuck is going on?
We want her out.
We basically took a board vote. That's why we're in the boardroom.
She shouldn't have done what she did. I think she should go, sir. Boss. Robert.
I'm not Joel's boss. I'm just a dispatcher.
Who wants her to stay?
More iPads? Oh my god. Don't cut her?
But the team is more important than any one of us, so I won't stand in the way.
You could have led with that.
I feel the same as Golem. You all let me back in when you didn't have to. But I won't make you keep someone you want gone.
We heard about the suspension bullshit. It ain't enough, Robert. Not for what she did. To put everything we've been building at risk, and for what? I like the bitch, but she gotta go.
And by go, we mean cut. Just like you cut Coop. No one here wants to...
But what did she do? She basically left the team, went and tried to do a mission on her own when no one asked her to, nor was she required to. And she basically got Chase killed. Kick her? I kind of want to kick her. Isn't the job its rehabilitation? Rehabilitation is a secondary stat to doing this job. Doing this job is what's supposed to rehabilitate them. Going out and doing something on your own and then getting a coworker possibly killed. And the rest of it, this is also a team morale situation here. She did, I know. And I'd much rather try and like talk to them about it. But I'm afraid with this game, because it has a lot of black and white answers, if I defend her, the game's going to think I want to romance her. Which is what I'm afraid of, because a lot of games like this usually do that. She kept killing on the side. Wait, did she? I'm thinking we cut her. I'm thinking we cut her. It's because I'm afraid if we decide this, the game's just going to automatically assume that I want to fucking kiss her. Pull it? Ooh, do we want to pull it? Pull? All right, we'll pull. All right. Keep or kick. We'll do 1 minute. So you got to be quick. All right, it's up. That seems unfair. The romancing is the you problem? Yeah. Well, she's the one romancing me. She's the one who had the wet dream, not me. Watch it be 50-50. I would not doubt it. Y'all are prone to fucking tying things. Don't forget to vote if you're still listening. Voting is important. It matters here. In my defense, I don't like her. I don't like her either. When everyone's hurting so bad, that's exactly what I'm thinking too, Dreaded. Make the exact opposite choices. I would forget what choices I made, especially because a lot of them are also under like pressure or have a timer on them. I'd panic and just end up picking whichever one felt better to my mind, like I have then. Fear of romancing. It's all, like I said, it's also team morale. So many of the people on the team want her off. All right, that's Keep. Keep wins by 3. All right.
Say it's also her.
Or at least defend her.
But that's what it is.
Look, I probably don't say this enough, but I'm proud of all of you. How far you've come. A few months ago, you wouldn't have been in a room like this discussing the needs of the Z team, and if you did, there'd be a lot more than one broken door. But
frame rate's feeling a little off for some reason. Horns.
We don't kick people when they're down. We lift them up, and I believe of her what I believe of all of you, that her heart is in the right place. It's what took us from being a team to being this weird, fucked up family. Look, you're hurting. Okay, I get it. I'm hurting. We are all hurting.
Also, did he get a new wetsuit?
Now isn't the time to cast blame. It's the time to come together.
God damn it, Grins. Morale's dropped. I fucking knew it. Yep, she was in the room. No, please don't be the locker room scene.
Sorry, I can come back.
Why? First time we met, you were in your underwear. Fitting, right? Last time you see me, that I'd be in mine? I really do appreciate you defending me, but you shouldn't. Listen to your team. They don't want me here.
It's not your fault.
This is probably hard for you to hear right now, but this isn't your fault.
Also, what the fuck were you changing out of?
The risks. What you were willing to put on the line to help me. What you didn't.
She don't even want to be here.
Chase was willing to put on the line for you. And so please don't throw all of that away by walking away from this. From us.
They're
Fuck,
right.
I think this is the locker room
I don't
scene.
deserve anyone's forgiveness. Anyone's help, anyone's love.
Chat, cover your little children's eyes.
Because I can never repay it. Nothing I do will ever make up for what I've already done to you. I'd hoped getting the astral pulse back would help, but I couldn't even do that.
Vizzy, you don't owe anyone anything, okay? Least of all me.
I was there that night.
What are you saying?
I never ran with Cruz. Always did my own thing, but my asthma was getting worse, and they had an augment that could increase my lung capacity.
Oh!
Only catch is I'd have to work for them, paying down for years.
Okay. Oh yes, just off camera.
Then one day Shroud came to me and said,
Step inside, step
I was able to do one
Wait, that means you literally just swapped in like 2 days.
a bomb on the back of Mecha Man undetected.
Ah, that's where the bomb came from.
Good news, buddy. Now says he just wants the Astral Pulse, which we all know isn't really yours anyway.
Was it months? I thought it was only like a week. I thought it was a couple weeks. Okay, but what's the mask doing, by the way? We know she has the lung augment, but what's the mask do?
I quit the moment I placed it. I walked out before it even blew.
Well, she can't. She turns invisible when she's holding her breath.
My augments conveniently stopped working. So I signed up for the Phoenix program the next day. Which gave me the chance to fuck your life up twice.
I don't know what to feel.
You gonna say something?
I mean, I don't even know what to feel right now. So, yeah, might need a minute, or several minutes, hours, days.
Weeks, years. Yeah, I understand.
It's not that, it's just a lot.
Chase is dying in the hospital. The team's falling apart.
All I wanted from this was for people to look at me the same way that you look at Blazer. Even if it was just once.
Have you considered being nice?
Instead, they've always seen me how you see me right now.
And what way is that?
Like I'm incapable of good.
That is not even close to the way that I was looking at you. That's a strong assumption there. Me? I look at her like that. Guilt's a bitch? Guilt is a bitch. Oh god, he dookied on the sidewalk. Hey, go, buddy. Everything's gonna be better with beef. Everything's gonna be better with beef. My own playthrough, have good stream. Catch you later, Ungin. If you want to lurk, it's always greatly appreciated. A beef of healing. It's an epic item. Asking for a statement? But I didn't know how he'd feel. Chase is retired. So, fuck, dude. All of these options that feel like they're important. I think we say Chase. I think we say Chase. The thing is, though, is we just had this conversation where it's like incapable of seeing good. Does Chase want people to know what has happened to him? He didn't want that at the beginning of the game. Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna have to kick Invisigirl from the WhatsApp now. Oh my god. Who uses WhatsApp in this day and age? Where that SDN wants to avoid problems. All the options are catching up. Yeah, well, it's not even that they're catching up with me. It's that this feels like where all of the major options are. Is uninvited to the party at Chili's. I can agree with that. All right. Oh, is this one we're gonna vote on again, or what do y'all think? Chase, 1 for Chase, 2 for Invisigal. Again, if we go with Invisigal and it starts trying to romance again, I can probably just deny it again. Damn it, I want Chili's now. Chili's does sound good, but I ate a burger, and so I probably shouldn't eat something as greasy as Chili's later. If it's got the better parties anyway, 1, that's all ones. That is all ones. What's the question? 1 for Chase, 2 for Invisigal. Quietly deletes the WhatsApp. Soprassi, are you buying drugs on WhatsApp? Get in the car. Get in the car, we're going to the car park. I know it does. I know it doesn't. But these games, these kind of games, usually when you get options like this, it's going to reintroduce the romance options, and I'll probably just have to deny it again later. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But the thing is, the reason I say that, it does not mean you want to fuck her. I know it doesn't. But this game presents itself as every nice thing you do to either Blazer or Invisigal is basically saying you want to fuck them. Would you date Punch Up? Sure, why not? He's hilarious. Wait until the romance replays? McDonald's after we leave Mama in the woods because she's not paying her uppies tax? Fuck you. All right, so that looks like a pretty unanimous chase. We're giving it to Trackstar. Wait, did they censor the word fuck? I mean, we also saw that he regenerates and he's crazy strong. Fuck you idiots doing? That's a lot of nuts.
I mean, I hope they all die. I'm serious. Any dumbass walking into a trap that fucking stupid should have the plug pulled right now.
Oh my god, it's Zombie again. I love him. I love his hat.
Oh man, have you seen what the
Jesus!
poison does to their faces? They get all red and puffy.
His eyes looking in the wrong direction.
All right.
I'm sorry. It's my fault. I've been distracting you.
Mind changing the
I'd
subject?
appreciate it if you changed the fucking subject.
Would you?
Which I am supposed to look at.
Fuck. I know what's going on. Kid probably lost someone. That's why he's been staring at that shit all night.
There's something on the
Have a
TV?
drink on me.
This one's on me.
It is sometimes interesting seeing these mixes of 3D and 2D animation at different moments.
Oh my.
He gonna say something raunchy, isn't he?
Trackstar. That guy sucks. I was fast, but now I'm old. Get fucked.
Don't start a fight.
Cheers, fellas, to the fucking dream. To 5 minutes with the tightest ass in all of LA County. Can you motorboat an ass? Probably not, right? End up blowing air right up her butthole. What's up? You don't like asses?
Let it go.
Fuck's up with this guy?
Hey, I'm great at predicting things, and I can't believe he let that go.
Okay, now I don't know what he's talking about. Dreckles, you mind telling me what's going on?
What just happened? You should have romanced him. Shut the fuck up. What'd you expect? Not somebody to get shot in front of me at a bar.
I respect her. Blazer. Real fucking superhero. I know we're in a villain bar, but have some class, you know? If you're gonna blow some fucker's brains out, non-slip mats are a must. Need some for the hideout. Feels silly calling it a hideout.
Trown. I knew that voice sounded
Can you take care
familiar.
of him for me? Obviously, you two don't need an introduction.
Anybody recognize that fucking voice yet? Anybody recognize that fucking voice?
With pleasure.
And then there's this slut. Yeah, that was Matt. That was Matthew Bartholomew.
Chase. Your little team of turncoats. You think you can
First time playing? Yes.
by being good. But there's no solving human nature.
God, it's always some fucking villain that thinks that human nature is heinous individuality.
Is control it.
Eat shit, Coop.
I believe him, boss. If he had something to say, he would have said it by now.
I thought you wanted revenge.
You wanted revenge over a job?
This was your father's gun. Kept it in his locker, fully loaded. 6 shots.
Why do you have that?
I predicted I'd use it to kill him. The first bullet grazed his shoulder. I hadn't adjusted to the adrenaline spike. The second hit his upper chest. The third burst his heart. He was lying on the floor, eyes full of fear, when I put the fourth through his face. A bit of a waste to put the fifth through that idiot's skull, but I wanted to make sure it worked after all these years.
No, that's kind of cool.
Touch this bullet. And now, there's a 16.5% chance it touches you next. Your invisible girlfriend stole my astral pulse to give it to you. Where the fuck is it? Mega Man. Heroes are the past. With the pulse,
I don't have it.
control this city and restore balance.
But also, why do you want to control the city?
Never did. This is why I hate luck. Runs out.
If I had it wide, I'd let you string me up like a fucking piñata.
That also means that she pocketed it at the time that she was knocked out. It was never in the case.
You actually believe that? Show him. Invisibitch has the pulse. That I know. What I don't know is why she didn't give it to you. She played you too.
How did he not see that? We were literally looking at that exact same camera angle.
But she's fucking us both. She didn't take it for you. She took it for herself.
Okay, but why?
It's okay.
There's nobody else can use that shit. It's his tech and the Mecha Man suit are custom tech. Please tell me that's Golem. Or Punch Up. Who the fuck are you? Hell yeah, even better.
A blonde blazer. I fired the bartender, but I can still get you something to drink.
No, thank you.
Oh, that explains the line fired.
And to what do I owe the pleasure?
I've seen part of this cutscene as a
I'm
spoiler.
here for him.
In the past.
In 5 minutes, this bar will be surrounded by SDN agents, heroes, and whoever else you and your ring have pissed off recently, which happens to be every gang in Los Angeles.
Ooh.
Now, if...
Okay, Mom. She's fucking bluffing.
That was a good stare. God fucking damn. That was a look. Is the intended way to experience the story through YouTube shorts? God, no. I don't know, but yeah, she is. That was a.
Sorry about that.
Cam's look.
You wouldn't have cut them. You were saying.
Okay, that feels like a line that they probably
I
used
can
for
see I'm
either of them.
outnumbered. That eventually I would fall. But by my read, I'm taking a lot of you with me.
So all of you can leave now. Or half of you can die here.
Oh, wait a second. Who was the pretty lady with the split hair?
No, that's a fucking superhero. Chills. Top notch. You made them nervous. Okay, we're out of here. Take your piss-soaked pants out the back, please. Don't want to tempt this.
Oh, that was the actual bouncer. So is he working with them the whole time?
Now's not our time, Blazer. But it's coming sooner than you think.
Do I get to beat up Coop?
And by my calculations, it was closer to 32%. But half sounds better.
Thanks for saving me.
You saved me. Again.
Yeah.
That's a very good villain.
Really sign up
I mean, don't you remember his villains from Critical Role? It's basically one of the villains. Or dying. 32% dying. Probably.
Don't worry. I've got you.
It's cold. Bullet wounds.
Pretty bad. Are you sure he's right about Invisigal?
Yeah,
Oh god, we're back on the same poster.
I saw the footage.
What is her play? Why wouldn't she tell you if she has it? I don't understand what she would want it for unless she...
I don't know. Who cares? No. Trust her? I think we're gonna trust her.
The suit.
That's what I was thinking too.
I trust her.
I think you're more optimistic than I am.
I mean, I've been pretty optimistic this entire fucking time we've known each other, so like... You gonna leave me up here at the top of this billboard again?
Just need to sit here for like a few
Helicopter.
weeks, and I'll be right as rain.
Take your time. I don't know how you're conscious.
See, when the pain's constant, it's easier to get used to.
That is correct.
That goes for physical and emotional.
After the second episode. No, I still don't like her.
Really is.
But she's
nice.
slowly changing. Hotel Alive?
Thank you.
That's a name.
Don't remember if I've thanked you before, but
About 50 times. You were muttering it the whole flight.
That's the second, at least second time somebody has mentioned that he mutters things at least 50 times.
You should
They said the
know
same thing about his
I was going
tacos.
to take you to the actual Hollywood sign. Not as
I think
sturdy
so.
as
I think the next... Mike's Garage. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a bank. Oh, good God, he's naked! How is that Chili's? Straight back to being Mecha Man if we hadn't.
you're not leaving me here again.
God dang, that's the second person that has terrible taste in men. All right. Next. 69%. Jesus. 22% didn't know how to feel. 61% chose Twinkies. 46. Damn. Okay, that's a lot higher than I thought it was going to be. Rescued Golem from himself? Oh, like we could have just let the mission like pass of like them not coming to help him. 80% to go all out. Crazy. Flambe, god damn it. The last one was fucking water voice, so I guess that's fine. Did you know the counter of Toxic is punch up? True. He's got a special move. What episode are we on? Okay, yeah, we're on 8. I think this is the last one. I'm pretty sure there was 8 episodes. Oh, it's the cat lady from the beginning. Okay, that's weirdly satisfyingly animated. Holy shit. Reloads fist. Hey, just get the... I need somebody to animate Punch Up doing the, what's his name? Henry Cavill doing his, like, punch reload scene from that one movie. Oh, God, no. Oh, God damn it. The whiskey. Jake Rodkins. Totally not Jack Daniels. Fuck. Oh, it's gonna soak into the costume. No! Okay. Are we gonna find out this is Invisigal?
Oh, thank you. That's your lifesaver.
Whiskey. Wait, who was the other person they dropped a cup off at for?
Report coming in from the refinery. Multiple augmented villains breaking containment.
Dispatch all available
Containment.
heroes in the area.
Boss, we don't have any heroes in the area.
Can you handle things here? We're overrun out there, and I just think I need to get out into the field for us to have a shot.
Go.
You got it.
Got you covered.
Oh shit, the tablet.
Keep an eye
Do a
on the
tablet. Buddy, you're still covered in blood. Your shirt is covered in blood.
My type is not the best, but you look like you can use the help.
We can use whatever you can give.
Fuck yeah, Royd. Fuck yeah. Somebody go get fist bump, Jellin. Go fist bump that man. Oh my god.
Shit, is this it?
What you mean is this it? Bitch, you know what time it is.
Sorry.
I didn't mean it like that. Thanks for getting out of bed, or whatever you were up to.
Yeah, I think I'll need to fall asleep, so I might be just a little.
Are you gonna finish your sentence, big man?
I love that Punch Up's one of the three that was like just up and ready to go.
Trickling in, so
I plead the fifth if any buildings are gone. What?
Lucky for us, we got the best 3 heroes on the roster.
We all know you'd say the same shit about whoever was here.
We all know, then there's no reason to point it out.
Look alive. We just gotta hold it down till the cavalry arrives.
Okay, but...
Just so y'all know, I don't know if I'm making memories right now.
Oh shit, low morale. Oh fuck. Oh.
Jesus! Red Ring swarming all over the fucking city!
First things first, yes, half the team is missing. Let's fix that immediately. Next, LA is on fire. Okay, we'll work on that. Third thing, fucking Red Ring is oozing out of every crack in the city.
Damn, dog.
How many people did he augment?
It is a lot of things, but nothing we can't handle. So, I need you guys to focus. Shit's only gonna
Sit down
get
with him
worse
talk
if you
about anything. The thing is, he's not even a guy.
I guess.
He apparently was not a person beforehand, is what somebody was telling me. Actually, let me double check that. Morphological being, earth mimicry, regenerative healing, birthplace unknown. We know his name is Bruno, but I think that's the name he gave himself. Although it does say he's 20 years old. Thing is, though, it's worded as morphological being, which likely means he wasn't a person before. He's basically a sentient landslide, the sentient construct. Jesus. Bomb threat, evacuation order. Oh, what the fuck?
Red Ring's at Kryptonite. Doppel's out there already, but there's too many, even for him.
Doppel. Isn't Doppel the bartender? Oh, Jesus. All right, go get him, champ. Evacuation order.
What we pay SDN for? We're not evacuating.
Huh? We'll do this.
There's a suspicious package outside of City Hall. Please send someone to investigate. Bomb squad is tied up.
Dispose of the package safely. Do you think you can just throw it into orbit?
Red Ring just released an experiment from containment. It's a, big thing with claws.
Okay. Not really much of anything I can do there. I don't think we're gonna be doing so. Oh, okay, that was actually pretty good. Way to go, big dude.
Robert, see that bar on the top left? That's Torrance, or what's left of it. We need to stop the Red Ring before they wipe us off the map.
What are you working on? You didn't bring your tablet.
All right, everyone. You should get live updates on the state of the city. Let's kick some Red Ring ass.
Oh, Jesus. So is our goal to keep that as high as possible? How did that not count as getting the bonus experience? Oh, fuck. Barely a failure.
There's
God
no
damn it.
time for this.
Okay, that's still good.
Gotta keep pushing.
All right, you two need to get back in shape, and then I can send both of them, and we'll still be fine. Oh, I think we'll have enough to get both of them going. Wrong one.
Ready for this?
There we go. Easy peasy.
Wait, someone's tracker's freaking out?
Well, do that hacking thing that you do.
Okay. High difficulty. Oh, fuck. Oh, not good. Oh my God, are you serious? Oh, what the fuck? Oh.
That's right.
Motherfucker, dude.
Still got it. Come on. Warmer. Nearly there.
There we go. Oh, shit.
Nearly there.
Here we go. Oh, it's flambe. We have to do that with all of the other ones. What are you doing there, bud?
Be careful. We don't know what's going on in the refinery or what's happening to Flambe.
Well, then what the fuck are we waiting for?
Explode at any moment. Okay, hold on. Wait, is he heading there?
Oh, for real? Just kidding. I know I was in my bag on that one.
Okay, we're not gonna have time. We're just gonna have to send Punch up.
Holy shite fuck. That feckin' hothead better appreciate this.
Sorry I'm late. Phone was on Do Not Disturb.
Oh, God damn it.
What'd I miss?
Oh, not much. Just the end of the fucking world.
I'm sorry, what was that? What was that? The explosion and just the, oh my God! Okay.
Good to know. I reckon we're gonna try and put a stop to that.
Get your ass in gear, babe. We're putting in some mad OT.
Oh, that's shite. Oh! Except Punch Up is the fucking best, dude.
You found me. Holy shit.
You gonna explain yourself? What's the deal?
Requesting backup. We've got several 487s at the mall. Civilians, not Red Ring.
Wait.
Call me a BOGO bitch.
Oh. Okay, well there's both of them.
Signal split. Can't look for them at the same time. Gotta pick one to track first.
We're getting sonar first.
We're gonna
Sonar.
need our Bat Boy.
Fuck, it's another high one.
We're coming, Sonar.
Oh, okay, I see. Here, let's wait a second. Oh.
Stay with
There
me.
we go. Oh boy.
Got him.
Okay, I knew it was gonna be up there somewhere. You get his flight license? Yes, we did. We have flight licenses for all the people that we can right now. What are you doing up there, dude?
Okay, I've got Sonar located. Red Ring's got him trapped by the yacht club.
We are not here to put socks on centipedes. Let's fucking get a move on.
All right. That'll probably be fine, I think.
There's even a hair missing on Sonar's head. I'll fucking burn this shit to the ground.
Not in Torrance.
Yeah, he's gonna have to. At least we get clones. At least we get clones. Ooh, not great. Okay, we're still good. We're still good.
I kind of blacked out there. Did I win?
Did I win?
Hey, need a hand?
Busy.
Uh-huh. You've got a lot of explaining to do.
Look, I fucked up. Bad. Really, really bad.
Yeah, you don't
Can
say.
we please leave the being pissed at me for after we save the goddamn city?
For real?
Hey, lay off her, man. She's here to help, so just let her help.
No bullshit. We need all the help we can get.
Yeah.
You're back in.
All right, we're going to get water boy.
On one condition, you fucking survived this so we can all be pissed at you together.
No promises. She
All right,
looks
you two are going
pretty
in.
bleak out there, but I'll do my best.
That's more than enough.
Let's get that vigor up.
On my way, wet guy.
Defuse the bomb. Oh, right, we sent Punch Up by himself.
Kobe.
Oh, no, never mind. No, that was, help the sweet talker. Ooh. Okay, we can send her and Flambe, I think. Yeah.
All hands on deck and our trainees are pissing themselves. Can someone help me out?
Sam fucking Regal. I knew Sweet Talker sounded familiar. It's the lizards dude that Sam Regal plays. Not great, but we're gonna go with it. Oh, okay. Okay, we did good.
You can't say you're not impressed. You can't. I mean, you can, I just won't believe you.
Oh shit. Cooper sonar. We're not gonna have enough for this. There's no way. Oh yeah, no way. One short. Yeah, we need to get those. We need to get those social things up higher.
All right, gang's all here. Some of you in worse shape than others.
Everything hurts.
Even my socks.
Sam, you look like
Oh, did he fail?
You just got rescued. Do not play with me right now.
Oh, they did fail. That's right. Look at his stats are. Oh, you can't see it. His stats are down to nothing. Oh, God. Which means I think we have to send him on a mission where he's guaranteed a success to get him back to normal.
Oh, shit. Give me 1 second. Hey, Panama Minute, fuck, what's your name? Panama Man? Hey, Panama
It's all melon.
Man. No, I'm good. Thought we talked about the melons.
Unfortunately, I signed up for the monthly melon subscription to save.
Hi, Travis. How are you doing?
Purchase. 11 months remain.
That's great. You like saving, so how about you help save the fucking city?
It does sound better than 10% of $822.
Holy shit, that's a lot of money. Look, doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Raylan,
because fucking edible
can you just
arrangements are
help him get
stupid
into the
expensive and
hero
not
vault?
worth it.
I save on shipping by delivering it myself.
That sounds not worth it.
I had to respell it. Ooh.
Greetings and salutations. I have left the company of my far superior team to assist you. You may call me Phenomeman, for that is my name.
Yeah, I think everyone here knows who you are, man.
Phenomenon, man. Hi, Kodo. I'd just be lurking. He's getting into trouble, isn't he?
Is that the wet janitor who shakes violently like a small, frightened animal?
Oh my god! He knows who I am!
What a voice. Very excited to work you.
Phenomenal.
Oh, dear God. Witch hunt. Escape artist.
Get me on my jet right now. Fuck this shit.
Utopia to a private. Oh, my God. Okay. Golem, you're on it. Go get him, champ. The summoning?
Chad is using the chaos to summon their god through human sacrifice.
You. You. That's fine.
My. You are genuinely terrifying.
Right back at you, mate.
Arguing SDN. Okay. Socials. You.
Let's
You.
go.
Go get him.
Superhero backup requested. Giant monster on the beach.
Giant monster, you
Tearing
say?
the pier apart.
Make way for me.
That's a bad idea. We're just gonna go with this.
Stadium's on fire.
Because we're gonna send the other two here.
We need backup.
He's phenomenally depressed. He is very. Oh, hey, actually, that's really a good combination because we're sending a fucking water boy.
Am I ready for this?
Oh, of course, we got more hacking to do. Golem's fantastic right now with the stats that we gave him. Okay.
Oh, thank fuck.
Lockdown.
Security system was triggered, and we've got students locked inside.
Cool. Why did the difficulty go from low to high on all of these all of a sudden? Okay, great.
Next time.
Left, left, right, up. Okay. I see why this was hard.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck, other direction. Working on it, I'm working on it. Called cause and affect. You're looking effect. Different kind of, different words. It's these two. Definitely attack it with everything you've got. It's gonna be a 10, isn't it? It's almost certainly gonna be a 10. Fuck, god damn it.
You can't be fucking serious!
I did not know so much pain could be felt on the inside.
Needs only 2 seconds of rest. However, if his any call fails or message will be depressed, need 45 seconds of rest. Jesus. Start throwing punches. Rally them against real enemies. That's fine. We sent a good team for that. Affect, effect, defect, and we'll all be fine. Oh my god.
Half man, half bat, all freak.
Yes, 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 we get it. You know, I was really hoping for an instant success with Waterboy being there, but I guess not.
Great. Well, that's
No.
a lot of ground to cover.
Because fuck us, right?
Fucking Kosha.
Okay then. I see how it is.
Hey, you seeing this shit? What is that?
Whatever it is, it sounds like more shit.
Deeply concerning is what it is. Oh.
Z-Team, get a load of my new friends.
Oh, fuck, no way. That can't be.
Christ.
Yep, with more Red Ring backup. A lot of Red Ring backup. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Oh, I don't care.
How are you on this line?
Say, Coop. Why'd you have to go and spread those wings of yours?
If we want to save this city, we need to take Coop down. Without her, the Red Ring will scramble.
Will they?
Sunblazer down here. It's time we settled this my way.
Oh god, they upgraded her wings? Seriously? Okay, Coop, interrogate, subjugate. Okay. You're going in there, punch up, and then we're gonna send... Fuck, not a good combination. That's not bad.
Serious heat out there.
Hold on. No, that's not great.
Yeah,
What if we
fuck them
send... Also not great. Fuck.
No worries.
Fuck it.
Together, the two of us would be unstoppable.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
More
We've
sewer
located a
bombs?
second bomb, this time in the south side.
Christ. Who's somebody that would be able to succeed basically on their own right now? Because I want to send them with somebody who's... Good lord. We're just in Golem and Flambe. No, we need intelligence.
Oh, come on.
We'll send these.
Oh, sick. I could visit my old weed guy. Like, after we stop all this bullshit.
Yes, that's what you better do. Oh my god. Alright, you're going.
Fucking rocks.
You're going.
Dirt just dropped.
Waterboy?
Damn it.
Waterboy for
Red
what?
Rings
The
put
sewer
up a
bomb?
roadblock. Let's fucking tear it down.
You. You.
I'll do my
Actually,
hardest.
yeah, you know what? Fuck it.
Hardest?
Fuck it. That's fine. I just also realized we sent both our flyers, so they're in and out really quick. Please don't shoot off into the far end. Cool.
Watch me burn.
Okay. I was hoping he'd get his stats back when he got his buffs, but that did not happen. Please don't fail. He's gonna fail. Ooh. Okay.
Sorry, love. Nothing personal.
How'd sonar turn out? Let me see for myself.
Okay, hold on. Everybody's so fucking busy. Hell yeah. Okay. Here, we're gonna do this. You two. Coffee run.
You just don't know when to quit, do you?
Good lord. Golem is literally faster than both of them.
Still ready to rock, baby.
Robert, got any Z-teamers nearby? I need help with evacuation.
Okay. Terrible. Fucking terrible.
Got another gang out here with Red Ring Tech.
These two will have to do, because that's all I can send.
Finally! I was getting sick of flying over the same boring buildings. Now I've got new boring buildings to look at.
Barely got that. Okay. Curie injured. All right, we're gonna send you two.
Nothing beats the original, but this will have to do.
My money's on Blazer.
Probably me.
Besides you, Golem, you're not allowed to bet on
Ooh.
yourself.
Please don't fail.
I forgot.
Thank God.
Malevolent.
Ad break. Okay. Dink donk. Dink donk. I see it. I'm not gonna miss it this time. I promise. Oh, great. Let's get some on chat. Turns out fine aside from the minor relapse at the sardine. Oh, the bathroom thing? Oh, actually, I said I wasn't going to go anywhere, but I am bone dry on water. So I'll be back in just a minute. I will see you in a moment. Y'all failed. What happened? Sorry, it took a little longer to get the water because I decided I was going to pet Coco and razzle her up. Don't get the dog all excited. Me getting Coco to spaz out in the kitchen. Damn, failed the iPad again. Y'all are really kind of slipping on the Gartic. Do we need to stop using Gartic? Who are you pointing and laughing at? Oh, that's Sunstar that didn't play with you. That was only Atlas and Soprassi. Huh. All right, let's put that away. Welcome back to Hell on Earth.
Man.
What's the bet?
Last one left alive when all this shit goes straight to hell.
Oh, good lord. We're also not getting any experience. I just realized that. Oh, Jesus. Okay, that's pretty good. No, it's not. Oh, okay. Hell yeah. Okay. We'll be able to... I just like sending Phenomenon against him because he's a little good if we just keep pairing him with other people. Oh, he's injured. You know what? Here.
Back on my feet. This fucking rules.
We don't need to send Punch Up on this one with him. Let's do this one.
Really gonna enjoy this.
Tribute of Red Ring Tech. It's Mr. Fister! Oh, no.
Not in my city.
With an attack enhancement, but we can't... What? That's so stupid. That's fine, though. That's fine.
Christ.
That's actually not a bad combination. Housing crisis.
Right by the roadblocks, weaken the bridge. Guess we'll
Ooh.
just have to hold it up ourselves.
Here, we can actually send him. It'll be really useful. By himself. Ooh. Ooh, fuck. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Thing is, though, is that she's also getting progressively harder. She's having a wider and wider spread. Okay, we gotta do this one.
But we pay good money for this service. What else could possibly be keeping you?
Need some wings?
That's all we can send. I'm sad we aren't getting any extra stats for this. Pom Pom. Oh, Pom Pom was the other girl from the beginning, from the test. This is not gonna go well. Fuck off, dude. Although, hold on a second. Doesn't Punch Up gets bonuses, doesn't he, when he's hurt? Oh, he can't be downed. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Let's get all of these cleaned up, and then we need to send... Oh, fuck, he got depressed because we failed a mission. Oh, the hell? Why is it still going so fast?
Yeah, baby, we're the motherfucking bridge now.
Hey, that Red Ring creep Smilemore took over the radio station. She's trying to brainwash the citizens.
Implants convince. Oh, too high.
These dickheads.
Still too high.
Make some room, everybody. Clear the way.
Bad bitches coming through.
Ah, shit.
I love a symmetrical
Yeah.
stage picture.
So I specifically have to make sure she doesn't copy someone for this one.
This pick-me-ass bitch is creepy as fuck.
Wait, you're saying Flambe is pick me? Really? Oh no, Smile More. I think she's talking about Smile More.
Time to freak some fuckers out.
Hold on, I'm waiting for Sonar to be rested.
Why is the neighborhood watch mobilizing against the Red Ring?
The neighborhood watch? Well-meaning but defenseless, the weak civilians against their overpowered enhanced opponents. Really? All right, that's fine.
Somebody else for Hellfire?
That's fine.
Ugh, I hate that part of town. And all parts of all other towns also.
Well, that just sounds being petty. Ooh. 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 Okay, we're good. Hell yeah, more synergy. Wait, and you got a bonus point? Oh, wait, they're back to ranking up. Okay. I'm a little surprised we didn't rank up after doing all those other ones. To make me worse? Oh my god. I mean, to be honest, for how bad like the other people are, Malevola's pretty mundane. She's just scary looking. Let's get that intellect up, buddy.
On fuego.
Oh, she's still on the way. Also, hold on. What are your bonuses again? Combat and mobility. And then succeeding twice sets to max. Okay. This is the only thing we have left to do. Oop. Either in the fight, move them to safety. Convince them to turn back. Move them to safety. We're just gonna go with the mobility one on this. Nailed it. Of all the Z teams next to Punch Up, that's what I think. That's probably why I like the two most. Is like, yeah, Punch Up's basically like an ex-gangster kind of dude. Malevola, like, do we even know what crime she did? Assault, burglary, extortion, forgery, kidnapping, second-degree murder. Okay, but who did she kill? Who did she kill? Battery, parole violation, public intoxication, second-degree murder. Okay.
Finally get the team to be a team.
Then they gotta go
Byron.
solo when they count the most.
We're just failing slower.
That's how I feel, bro. They got us right in, bro. Hitting us everywhere. Can't get a win no kind of way.
You're right. Hey, listen up. This isn't working. This is what they want. Okay, to send us to every corner of the city, spreading us thin, forcing us to travel back and forth. No more coming back to base between calls. Okay, we stay out for as long as we can.
Plan is for us to get more tired than we already are.
He knows our procedure, so he's predicting our moves. So
Kinda
we need to
gotta.
switch it up, be less predictable. Z team, what happens today will live on and
God, he's still wearing the fucking Oakleys, dude.
affirmative on that. Be careful out there, team.
She's moved closer.
I wish to speak with Blonde Blazer about the terms of my employment.
How about no?
Laugh at death. Ah!
Oh, come on. Okay, so we can't get higher mobility. So we gotta drop him. You.
Keep 'em coming.
You know what? That may not be a bad... Holy shit! Oh, wait, no, that's here. Cut you.
So can I have a drink?
Too high. What if we cut...
Still here if you need me.
What if we send double Golem? Oh, I don't know if he's gonna be enough. Hold on. What does his ability do? Increasing stats by 25%. Okay, only 25%, up to 200. No. Dates anyone I wanted to date Waterpoint? I disagree. I think we're gonna go with these two. Cause too high speed. Actually, this one's better, I think. Okay, that does count.
I'll make some.
You know what? Sure, we'll risk it this way.
I'm really gonna enjoy this.
Just visiting from Canada. We have no part in this. Please let us off the plane. Destroy all Red Ring automatons. Okay, so we need... You're going...
Me, teammates.
You're going.
Lock in.
And you're going. That's fine.
Did you know that every time the city grows, it becomes larger?
And Prism getting walked in on by Blazer? Really? I'm gonna need you to post that art in the Discord.
Beefcake? Didn't we fight her last week? She was the one attacking the Frigos base.
I'm sorry. Who's Beefcake? If Malevola's based off Lean Beef Patty, who's Beefcake based off of? Oh, he is hurt. Okay, I think we're just gonna have to go all three of these guys.
You're done for. Now we're sucking diesel.
Sucking diesel. You know who? Oh my god, is it Autumn Ivy? She-Hulk Pistache from the tutorial? Oh, gotcha.
Everybody should step back.
Gotcha. Ooh, not great. But good. You better not suddenly speed up.
We might just pull this off.
Come on, you heard the man. One last push.
I expect a key to the goddamn city after this.
I mean, we are basically bullying her at this point. Here, we're gonna double golem. Okay.
Red Ring has attacked the Vincent Thomas Bridge and is now escaping on the USS Iowa. Need assistance in the pursuit.
What? They what?
Phenomena team.
All right, we're gonna send our 2 flyers. And look at them go. Damn.
First mistake.
Oh, did we fail?
What if I don't think I can do this.
Yes, you can. You've been holding your own out there this whole time.
But we're outnumbered.
This is not gonna go well. This isn't gonna go well at all.
Take it one thing at a time.
Yep.
Can you do that for me?
One thing at yes. Okay, I can. I'll do that.
Perfect.
Fuck, everyone's hurt. And then it all just immediately went wrong. Oh. Punch Up and Waterboy have max synergy now. Crazy. Here. We're not letting you off here, bud. Oh, I can't do it?
How'd sonar turn out? Let me see for myself.
You really want to fight Sonar. That's a goddamn shame, though, because instead we're going to do something else.
Let's do it.
Do we guarantee? Give her everything you've got? Okay.
Keep them coming.
You can say we're just, yeah.
We're trapped on the bridge!
Ah, Jesus.
Holy fucking shit.
Not good. Not a good chance.
Pain and gain. That's a hell of a deal. Ooh, no, it's
Oh.
bad. Can I have it?
Heals 1 hero when sent on a call together. She then receives 1 charisma or vigor. This affects stacks. Well, at least we finally got her ability at the fucking end. Cause Jesus. Ooh. Of course it goes all the way to the max.
Oh, what the fuck is this?
I've got you.
Wait a second. Blazer.
Crazy work. Crazy work, too.
Blazer's here.
It's funny. I see you in trouble, and I just can't help myself.
Well, that's great because I'm in deep shit pretty much constantly.
I was not expecting to see my former lover at a time like this.
Shut up.
Time to freak some fuckers out.
Ah, okay, so that's the shield they're talking about. Thing is, though, is we've already finished it. For now. I'm guessing we're gonna have another phase of this. Oh, Jesus, that's not good. Oop, then again, it could be. Stop making it Phenomena weird. Oh my god. Can't send more of them. But now we just gotta wait. Oh, never mind.
Red Ring stole one of our news copters. They're firing down at civilians.
Jesus Christ, take that copter out now.
You know what? Yeah, you're going on that. Actually. Nah, yeah, you can fly. You got this.
Helicopters are annoying on the best of days.
Goddamn right, dude.
Sorry.
Goddamn right.
It's nothing personal.
Hey, great work, team.
That's right, run away,
Couple
bitch!
more calls and we're...
Power's out. That's not just power being out.
Backup generator?
No.
Already beyond.
Beef, no!
Chase.
Wait, is he in the building? Oh, okay. I guess they have a hero hospital in the building. Well, he doesn't have the mask or life support on, it seems. Yeah, we already knew about the workshop and the lab. I just didn't realize that the hospital room that we saw was inside the building.
Take care of him.
Oh, he's in good hands. He's got beef. Nobody's gonna get past... Goodness, nobody's gonna get past beef.
Trusted you, Vizzy. You were wrong for this. I defended
Fucking punch, invisible punch out.
I didn't do anything.
No, no, I caught you. I caught you red-handed.
You think I'd let you catch me?
What the fuck's going on?
Use your head.
Hey, hey, the fuck is going on?
She tried to steal your mech suits.
Oh, fuck off.
It break my heart, bro. But Vizzy is a traitor. She played all of us.
She's holding the fucking astral pulse.
I trusted you. Never again.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Where'd you get that?
Holy shit. Is that the real?
Are we really acting like we're surprised by that? We knew she had it.
She bring the keys to steal the car, but I stop her.
You fucking idiots. You need me.
You
The fuck do we need you for?
You already do enough.
You don't know what's coming.
What are you talking about?
Uh-oh. Turn up the volume. Ooh.
She bring them here.
The fuck I did. God, we look tired. Get in the car? What are you getting in the car for? Really, we beat your shit from this way, from last bleh. From this weekend to next, and you still show up here?
Don't get the power back.
You need my help.
You helped enough. I going.
No, wait.
Give me my
Lloyd,
suit.
I need my suit running. It's the only chance we have.
They have jammers up. You're not gonna be able to call out or call in. That's why this place isn't already swarming with heroes.
You sure know a lot about the plan for someone not involved.
Look, they tried to recruit me. Of course they did. But I said no.
Bullshit.
Given a good or bad reason for it, we still haven't had a reason at all for why she did it. So until then, I still believe. Okay, sure. I'm still gonna keep her at arm's length. Well, more like 30-foot pole length. Taser. Hilarious.
We're fighting the Red Ring, Royd. I'm not walking home from fucking yoga.
All I got, brother. Hey, don't listen to her kind of bullshit, okay? You keep her tied up.
I got some pepper spray you can borrow if that's not enough.
No, the kidding. You've never seen a character like this before? Sure. Morally complex, angsty, basically a teenager.
All right, untie me.
No.
What? Why are you looking?
You didn't lie to me, but you didn't tell me the truth.
I'd love to sit here and explain it all to you, but a pile of Red Ring assholes are streaming into the building right now.
I can't trust you.
I can't trust you, okay? Flat out. You just admitted to fucking us.
I didn't fuck you. I just didn't let you in on the plan. If you knew where it was, he'd have beat it out of you, and if I gave it to you, he'd have it right now.
I kind of doubt he would have told. I feel like Robert has done hard enough fucking
Internal bleeding I've got from your old boss
guts
isn't making
to
me
not
feel
spill
all that
secrets at this point.
right now.
This is like finding out the fucking rogue has been lying to the team the entire time.
It's his name.
And then the rogue at the end is like, but it was for the greater good.
They're all fucking idiots, Robert, but they're dangerous. I'm not fucking around to untie me. He looks stupid, but he is a killer. You don't have powers. You need my help. Just let me help.
Fuck. Okay, fine. Fine.
Please.
We'll take the help.
God damn it. All right.
What are you?
I'm looking for something to cut you loose, but his toolboxes are locked.
What did he do that for?
Oh, I fucking wonder, Vizzy. Why would he lock up his tools around invisible criminal thieves?
Robert!
Why is the elevator working?
Good.
It's emergency shutdown. The elevator should not be working.
Are we in kindergarten?
Why is that even in here? Making deals with the choice Mary came around, so oh my god, you fucking dork. Add it to the mommy fund. Hi, not Jason. That's a glass door, dude.
What the fuck was that?
Hold it in, dude. Hold it in. All right.
It's beef. Oh my god, he's gotta pee. Who leaves their gun? Gonna piss in the plant.
Come on, fuck. All right.
It is kind of weird that the...
Okay.
Lucky for us, he's an idiot. You're right. That gun's gonna shoot, isn't it? Wait, what's on the ground? Weren't there 3 people up when the elevator opened up, though?
Hey, nice job. Nice job.
Did he just slip on piss?
Why are his nuts out?
Oh, thought that was normal. You mind helping him?
Why would you crinkle cut your balls through your zipper if you don't have... What are you asking me?
Can you just put his dick
What was the question? Come again?
away? Feels like the dignified thing to do.
Dignified for who?
What's your pleasure? What's your fear? I don't know if he's unconscious.
You do it.
Fuck no. You do it.
What?
You know the guy. It's not like...
Fine, Jesus. That's disgusting.
Doesn't even bother me.
Oh, it would bother me quite a bit.
All right, go get your suit.
Wait, shouldn't we stick together? I hate it when she does that.
My ass would be touching the air where she was, just to be like, nah, bitch, come back here. Because they had to unzipper his nuts. Oh, that was one of the guys from the bars. That was the one that was playing pool. From the plates on his forehead. Why is it in the gym? Sick. Take the tape off. I suppose. Fucking love Marie, dude. Ooh. Buddy, that fucking creamed. Jesus. Oh, welcome back, idiot. You ready to get your shit rocked again? You got your shit rocked by a Visigal. You think you can fucking handle Royd? Oh shit, we get to quick time. Oh, no. We're not quick timing. Royd for quick time Mecha Man. Welcome back. You ever throw a motherfucker at another motherfucker? Yes.
Oh, this is the premium package. Roy, you really outdid yourself.
The man is Mecha again. You start riding a bike, guy?
Not gonna lie, if I was these guys and I came outside and Mecha Man was out there again, it would be...
This is great.
Jesus, he's fucking naked again.
Obviously, the suit doesn't work without the astral pulse, so it is really nice of you to bring it to us.
I want to know who the big lady is.
So proud of you. If he wasn't dead.
Can we just kill him?
Like he's gonna kill you. And all your friends.
Can we just kill him? Wait, Armstrong is here?
Right. Sure. We can break all their arms right before we kill them. Super weird crime scene. Or just give us the pulse and we'll let you live.
Dude, you were not intimidating. You weren't intimidating in the beginning, you're not intimidating now.
Everyone gets it, okay? We see the casts.
Come and claim it.
If you want it,
Also the butt sensor.
claim it.
What a fucking dork.
Wait, why am I a dork?
Oh, you're telling me you're not referencing? Who says claim?
I mean, you're kind of right.
I'm not referencing shit. That's a Mecha Man original.
Crazy, right?
It's like real big, but super quiet.
So cool.
So fucking cool!
Shut up, Armstrong. Dude, the fucking eyes killer though, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie.
Your dad said he'd help me build a mech if I helped him build the Astral Pulse. Just another promise he didn't come through on.
Okay, that's what this is all about? You needed it to power your stupid spider shit?
It's not stupid.
You're stupid toxic.
Using the pulse to power a mech is like plugging your cell phone into a nuclear reactor. No. I'm gonna use the pulse.
Can't we skip this part?
Hey, can we just skip this part? I don't need to know what you would have done if I didn't stop you, which I'm about to do.
Oh, they don't like that.
It's not quite a Newton bulb. Oh shit. Missile furry. Oh yeah. Alright, time for all the quick time events. How did he already get on top of us?
You alright, brother?
Big man can move. Plasma net. Of course.
You trying yet? Or is this just a warm-up round?
Still just a warm-up round. It's a new mech. That's fine. Takes time.
Still got that new car shine.
I mean, yeah, it's approximately 10 minutes old. What's up, bad bitch?
You were late. My calculations had you showing up 30 seconds ago.
Sorry to disappoint.
I can tell you how boring life is without surprises.
Well, then it's a good thing I can't even predict what these idiots are gonna do.
Guess what, Chucklefuck?
What the fuck?
Prism. There's our big boy. There's our other big boy. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm trying not to look away because I don't want to miss quick time events. I'm afraid of missing quick time events because I want to try to get perfect on this.
Doesn't matter if I'm fighting one or all. The outcome is the same.
I need more mouth space. I don't have enough to get some of these slides. Special move! Dang it, I did not realize he had enough propulsion to raise himself up. That's crazy. Unmonitored, you fucking dork.
The best this team has to offer.
No, we're actually the worst, surprisingly. And we're still kind of being a problem. Hey, yo. Fine.
Too
Well, I got that one. Come on. Prism MVP? How dare you? There's the big man.
I hope my saving you from collision was appropriate.
It was phenomenal.
This poor guy always never gets his shots with his fire breath.
I definitely had that.
Oh, great. Well, I'll just go then.
There's a bitch.
Sup, loser?
We never finished our dance, Mecha Man.
Please, I just want it to be a one punch and done with this dude.
I got the guy for you.
Wow, you really think this little fucking Lucky Charm is a match for me?
He's got a special move. See ya.
I was gonna say, hold on. You think this little man is all he has? This man has infinite regeneration, can't be knocked out, and the strength of 10 men. He's probably has the best power set on the team as long as you're fine with being short. Like, that's the only downside. He Henry Cavilled it? I did see that. He did the thing! Has a crush on Punch Up? I love Punch Up. I don't know about a crush, but I do think he's one of the best characters with the best power set in this game right now. Like, yeah, he got cursed and he's short, but overall the benefits severely outweigh.
I see you.
What's that, big man? Anybody gonna tell Shroud that Phenomeman's basically invincible?
Robert, this isn't working. He knows our next move before we do.
Seriously? Do I get to beat up Coop yet?
I've never been more insulted in my life.
Why do you care? Go back to being an international assassin.
For some moronic bumfuck bat boy.
To be fair,
Shit's
he's
in the
also
parking
rich.
lot. Did you know that? Ask the cleaners how much guano they come across.
It was not personal.
Being a professional yourself, you should know.
It wasn't personal.
Well, it's personal for me.
I mean, have you considered that you could have just been put on a different team? It's not like you had to go back to being a fucking villain.
Hey! Stop.
You're not the boss of me, bitch. So you don't get to tell me who and who not to murder anymore.
Hey, we're your friends. Please, this isn't you. Help us stop Shroud and earn your spot back on the Z team.
Okay.
That's where you're wrong. I thought I had friends. But you made me realize I never actually
You're just
did.
petty.
So now, I'm just doing what's right for me.
Oh my god. Do you really just not like fucking Sonar?
Z-Team. What a stupid name.
Well, I mean, they were alphabetized, so I mean...
Wings of hers are a problem. We'll try to get you an opening.
Okay. Oh, wait, what? Did I not drag it all the way?
Robert, no!
Wait, you're telling me the blades were all the wings doings? What is her actual power again? God damn it! I think it was actually intentional. I think I was always gonna miss that. Because I got tackled. God damn it, I don't have enough mouse space. That's what it says it is, but those blades just lost their power when the wings were gone. That's the one that I saw before that I thought looked really cool. but instead she looks like a kind of weird... Fuck yeah, punch his dick! Perfect my fucking ass. Him and his big ass fat belly.
Calm down. It was your weak hand. You can still do it.
Oh, maybe if you grip it with the 7-1 and hold it with... Yeah, you know.
I'm left-handed too. What's your point? Laser sword's still very cool. Well, not laser sword, plasma sword. Look, merchant's amount of space under your desk. I have a big mouse pad right now. It's just the space for my mouse to move. Oh, goodness, it's not very big.
No!
Tried to close the door. I might go get her. Hey, punch up. Phenomenal man's back. Oh, I missed that one. Fuck. On balance board 11. I have to do like a partial slide and I have to pick my mouse up and slide it again. At least it's only a fail if you don't like get the timing right. Or not the timing, the timer runs out. Oh. What the fuck?
Shroud's got a new suit now? What the fuck? How long was I out?
Where did those clothes come from? Your clothes didn't change before.
You're the only one I told about my amulet, so I figured he wouldn't see it coming.
Holy shit. Look at you.
Oh, look at you.
Oh shit, yeah, look at me. Shit, no, look out.
Did it make him younger? His hair's not white anymore.
No.
Hair's kind of yellowish.
Razor always did have a soft spot for helpless losers.
Wait, why are you trying to insta Blazer, dude? Also, Phenomenon is right there. What did we take out of that, though? I thought that was the power supply. I figured this thing wasn't going to work anymore without it. Interesting music. Hey, fuck your wires. Let's go, water boy, let's go! Ooh, good idea. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, breaking up Subaru. Bomb. Or is that a gas grenade?
Come on, let's step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival.
Marceline, look at things.
Enjoy the show.
How was your stream? Did you have a good time? What trouble did you get into? Hold on, we're in the middle of a quick time event stuff. Get over here. Get over here is definitely the one. Ooh. Ooh. Did you have a good raid? Not raid, good stream. Where's the... Oh, Elden Ring Night Ring. There it is. Did you have a good time? Is the new character out yet? The Undertaker or whatever she is? This is just a complaint about copper shipment? I fucking knew it. Edna, sir, you rat fucking bastard.
That's what I'm talking about, brother. That's it? Let's go again. Anybody want to go again? Yeah. You're alive. Nice.
You too. Nice. New, look.
Why? What happened? I still look good, right?
You're like a French soccer player who's going through something.
That's a good description. Beef!
No. Is that Trackstar? Well, that is a surprise.
Please, Elliot, put him down.
Oh, this fat fuck. Like this.
I mean, you could drop him. Trackstar could literally just catch him. Literally, any of you guys could catch him.
Don't worry. I'm not gonna drop him. Because Track Blondie there'll just swoop in and catch him anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, no. If I'm killing this dog, I'm gonna be sure.
Hurt him and you dying.
Know this.
Don't you touch my fucking beef.
You hurt him, you will die.
No shit. So, why don't you, and only you, Robert, fly your father's suit up?
How the fuck have we not beat the shit out of the rest of y'all enough that y'all want to stay down? Armstrong, we'll take that other fucking arm. Punch him in the dick until it falls off. I'm glad nobody was standing behind him, because that shit would have fucked him up.
Come on out. Don't be shy.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. How about a game of what's under the cup?
There he is. So predictable. I knew this little...
That's the thing about also being a dumb villain who wants to sound smart, is you could always just say everything's predictable.
What is it you call her? Invisigal. That you take Invisigal under your wing. Teach her the ways. Extra credit.
Okay.
That's why we planted her here.
Should have made you a hero? It would have been fun. It would have been fun.
She gets 2 paychecks for the same job. Look at her. Oh, she's embarrassed. So, all that to say, there isn't a thing you can do that I haven't modeled out.
Sure.
Once I have the pulse, I won't.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Just know. So don't fuck around, Robert. Not right now.
Same time, I just want a fair exchange.
Just don't be an idiot and try to give me the shitty prototype. I'm a bad person, but I'm a man of my word. Give me my pulse, and no harm will come to your stupid dog. You all hear that?
I still can't believe we haven't killed Toxic.
Game theory on this moment 1,000 times.
Game theory, you say? Game theory?
So, don't fucking test me.
Give them both.
What the fuck is this, Robert?
You said you wanted the Astropulse. I gave it to you. One of those is it.
They look fucking identical, Robert.
You're not as smart as you think, are you?
Because
$20 dog seems fair. His name's Beef. How fucking dare you, Jamie? You take it back right now.
What I'm doing.
This is a 1 in a fucking trillion dog.
But I trust my gut and I take my best guess. Just like you used to do. Before you plugged all those fucking Christmas lights into your head. Before you were afraid to make your own decisions. Elliot.
Everything's down to math now, buddy.
Maybe we wait till we get home?
Shut the fuck up!
Okay.
Fuck you.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sure they'll be fine. Oh yeah, that'll work. I'm sure it'll work. I'm gonna ignore the thing that looks definitely like a leveler from like somebody's fucking toolbox. I can see all the math equations. I can farm all the Bitcoin.
That was worth the wait.
If you just give him the pulse? That's a good question. So part of his powers is also the augments. That's strange. Extra strange.
Feel that, you fucking fucks? I told you. I fucking told you, Clouds. You feel the power? I see it now.
I think your eyes are bleeding, buddy. I don't think those are tears. I think every eye blood vessel you have is popping. Gone. Gone instantly.
Uh-oh.
Anyone gonna grab the other astral pulse that he threw behind him?
Wait.
Just a hunch, but I'm starting to think that you guessed wrong.
No. It's just...
Invisigal took it, didn't she? Gone. Gross. Gross. Gross.
This can't be.
You know, someone has to clean it up, right?
You son of a bitch.
Gone. It's not behind him anymore.
You lost. It happens.
Yeah, he put in the protocols.
Sorry, kid. We both lose.
I fucking knew it. It's fine, it's just a shoulder wound.
I guess I can still be surprised.
Alright, we're gonna fucking kill him, right? We fucking kill him, right? Yeah, let's go, Phenom Man. Let's go. You were gonna kill Beef! Oh, now we're willing to beg? Fuck no. You get nothing. Are you a hero or not? Do we need to be a hero? We're an operator. We get to see our own reflection while we do it. I don't think we're actually gonna do it. Okay, maybe we will do it. Okay. It's fine, it's just a shoulder wound.
Step inside, step inside.
Irish Jacob, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Do the augments stop working altogether if he dies, or are they still just basic machines? But then why do they get enhanced when he gets the astral pulse? Succeed as a mentor, hell yeah. Yo, psychic junk cleaner? Quispy. Oh, there's Toxic. And Armstrong. Chill, bro, this is your weak arm. There's so many fucking references in this movie. He's here, grab my strong arm.
On a stretcher when you look like hemorrhage shit.
Be that as it may, you did get shot by a gun. Hospital check is pretty customary after that.
It didn't hit anything.
Yeah, but you still got a hole in you. Kind of got to get that patched properly or it's going to become more of a problem.
When you jump in front of a bullet, you're supposed to actually stop it. You know? It's kind of
Just live with the parts off. They're stuck with the shitty parts. I mean, she does have lung enhancements. That's now basically just a bunch of metal in her chest.
The fuck is this?
Maybe you should let a nice moment be nice every now and then.
Okay. Okay. Chill out, weirdos.
Okay.
Are you okay? Do you need anything?
This is just a precaution.
Look, all of this was a real
clusterfuck
shit show.
Yeah, shit show's a better word.
I was gonna say poop show, but I'm trying to sound like less of a dork.
It's already working.
I hope the fact that I've always rooted for you makes up for ever doubting you.
It does.
I don't blame you. I mean, look how untrustworthy she looks.
There's always a home for you here, Courtney.
I appreciate that.
Oh, she probably knows the paperwork. I was like, she was not there whenever everybody was like exchanged names. But I'm like, duh, she filled out the fucking paperwork.
So, here we are.
Well, you didn't.
Looks like you did it.
What is the it you're referring
Not everybody's
to?
looking at you like you're a villain.
Really. You're not a bitch, apparently.
Oh yeah, we're not going with any of the. We didn't go with any of the romances.
Very little, yeah, but there's also all that, you know, really heroic shit you did, saving my life and all. That was cool. Does that make you a hero now?
Oh?
No.
I think it might, though.
All right.
All right, but no more double agent shit.
Take care of her. Let me know if it's serious.
I will.
We'd know if it was serious. She'd probably be unconscious. Oh, that's some of the other heroes carrying the arm.
Holy shit. She took a bullet for Robert. Something I would never do.
Well, duh, Flambe. You wouldn't do anything for anybody.
Shroud and those miserable, jerks, the Red Ring.
There's a story out there that Shroud was killed by not a superhero, but an SDN dispatcher. Care to comment?
We cannot confirm or disconfirm this evidence, but I can say that bitch Shroud deserved what he got. Oh shit, can I not come?
It's fine. We can bleep it out.
Well, and shit, that's the only reason I'm talking. Point the camera over. These are the real heroes right here.
We can punch up at the bottom.
Shroud and the Red
Look at the dude! Yeah, that's our big boy.
Your team have a name.
Z-Team! These fuckers are the best heroes in the whole motherfucking SD.
Actually, I'm hearing now we can't bleep the curse words. Reporting live from SDN Torrance. Back to the studio.
We did good, huh, brother?
Fantastic.
Z-Team saved the day. We get you returned to the Mecha Mans. Defend SDNs.
I couldn't do it without you, boss.
But I don't care.
I couldn't have done it without you. Seriously. All the work you put into
I'm still
this
wondering
suit is
about the
what made
banner,
this
because there was a
possible.
dude in red that looked like it was Royd from behind.
That's the hard part, fella. All you guys do the hard things.
I figured Royd was going to be like a
Obviously,
Hulk-like
you can
character.
do that stuff too. I saw you were throwing those Red Ring fuckers around like graduation caps. No joke. I started to feel bad for them. It was mesmerizing.
Can we get a snooze in the ad break?
Fun scrap for sure. I'll get some sleep, bro. Lot of cleanup tomorrow.
Banner was concept art? Oh.
Good job, Mecha Man.
So I guess he's not in fact Hulk placing. He's just big smart dude.
Over here.
Okay.
Hold on, you got the wrong gal. She's with us. No, must be some mix-up. Easy mistake. I mean, she looks scary.
What do you think? Did they earn a pardon?
Who's they?
Is that my call?
You're the one that'll have to work with them. Again.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Why the fuck not? Hey! Yeah, no, they're with us.
I'm guessing again that's just a one-time recording, so that they didn't say she or he, whether it's Sonar or Coop. Coupe. Wait, how many bad endings did you get? It is. It's just for some reason it makes me think that they're also talking about like the goons that were right next to her also being shoved in the car.
One of those?
I do, actually.
Really? I mean, where'd all the extra beers come from?
Oh, there's a ton of booze in the rec room. That's where they got it. I'm honestly shocked it hasn't turned into an issue.
But she can't open it without the...
No powers.
I got it. Forced to open beers like a normie.
Ooh, knowing my luck, if I did that to a car, I'd put a fucking dent in it. I can open a beer like that. I would just be afraid that cars are so flimsy.
I've had half a beer and I'm already feeling it.
Also, the only way you get this ending is you need to beat Coop or Sonar when you're dispatching the heroes. Oh, that wasn't too hard.
So, is that permanent?
Nah, he's borrowing it until we can figure out a different solution for his issue.
His coma?
Right, the whole being on the brink of death issue.
That's the one.
Well, it looks like he'll enjoy while it lasts.
I mean, he does get to use his powers as much as he wants now. For a little bit.
Feel better?
Get a dent a car.
After killing Shroud?
Also, that was on the bumper.
Robert, why? Did you kill more than one person today?
I don't know.
A little, I guess. I don't know. It was kind of like masturbating.
Okay, that's the wrong way to put that.
Okay. I really can't wait to see where you take this.
You know, it felt good when it was happening, but the second it was over, I was instantly filled with shame.
Search for Jason's youth?
I should let you know.
Listen, if they made a sequel to this, I would kill to play it again.
Totally understand.
I would love to see another game like this.
You did a great job. With them, with Invisigal.
Shames you for the murder? True. It also doesn't help that like almost everybody was like, if you had the chance, would you kill him?
This team being the one to save SDN, but here we are.
We're just getting started.
Getting them to not be assholes to each other is the start, not the end. A lot left to do.
Yeah, well, take tonight to enjoy it. You can worry about what's left to do tomorrow.
I think it is deserved too. It's the same thing with like Chase said, is that if he had the chance, he would kill him. Keep romance out of the workplace. Achievement unlocked.
I was just trying to figure that out. I think you might need to go.
I need to take this young man if you don't mind.
By all means.
But beef.
That's new.
You were right. I was wrong about Busy. She didn't actually kill me, just almost. Now let's see if I can make you throw up.
Uh-oh. Ooh. Okay. That was a little extra, but okay.
Okay, yeah.
Super Bowl. Super Bowl. I'm more partial to superb owls, please and thank you.
Okay, what's happening? Okay, stop. Wait, are we taking a picture? Are we taking a picture?
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, are you taking a picture? What's happening? Okay, that's enough.
Let's be careful with your discussion.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, instantly painful, actually.
Now, wait, there's gonna be another season? Is there? No way. This was 9 hours for a story game? That's a pretty full, wait, yes? Yes? Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Do you think they're gonna do auditions for new characters? It'll probably be 2 years. That makes sense. I need to do a voice role. The thing is, I can't afford a professional one right now. They're kind of expensive. Like, I do have a audio engineer on Backroll that I got like a quote from, and we still talk on occasion, but he's real expensive. It's something like between $500 and $700, depending on the package that I get. I'm not sure we deserve to play the second one. What does that mean, Sunstar? Multi-month sales target in weeks, something like that. That is Jill Haver, Waterboy. Yeah, fucking dude. Fucking Mercer! Rare no romance gameplay. I'm curious to see what the percentage is. But yeah, I don't have a reel right now, and I need to get like practice and lessons in so I can figure out like the range and stuff and the things that I should like focus on. It's always fucking Mercer! The rat fucking bastard. Unforgivable, no romancing in the first playthrough, but Forgivable, we clearly will be replaying this for those. The next one we're doing is we're going full Blonde Blazer. Also, why is Phenomenon hanging upside down on the ceiling? Is he toxic as himself? I missed that. Alright, give him a shit. 61%? Damn. 31% exacted revenge. 51% wasn't sure about what to do with Shroud. Okay. Trusted Visgal at 87%. Goodness, that's crazy. Supported Visgal leading her to embrace heroism over villainy. Oh, good lord. 5% did not fall for anyone. Crazy. The kill stat was flipped at first? Really? Is there a chance to drop choose the white one? I don't think there is. I think the only chance he has is... Also, if he can't tell the difference, we probably could have just given him the fake one to start with. No, you can just snooze him, snooze him, snooze him, snooze him. 70% of players defeated Coop and saved Los Angeles. 78 rescued Sonar first over Waterboy. Yeah, you know what? That makes sense. 70% welcomed Coop back. Wow. Laura got mad at Travis for going after Blazer in his... That's fucking funny. 56 players went on a coffee run. Wait, what? Coffee run? Friskers the Orange Menace, Rip My Precious Child. Oh, Studio Pets. Applesauce or Rebert. Oh, that's where Rebert came from for the beer. Ico, Guybrush and TC. Molly, Ollie, Nico, Peggy, Bo, Buckaroo, Bruce, Pippin. Oh my god. Sokka and Katara. Scout and Tesla in loving memory. Oh my god. Studio Pets. But who played Beef? I think Beef played Beef. For Vanders. Oh, that's right. Prism was our most sent this chapter? Damn. Again, though, the Prism copy ability is just too good. A true hero, your Robert always tried to do the right thing at the right time. Most sent hero overall. You're goddamn fucking right. Goddamn fucking right. And I did better than 80% of players. Flex. Flex. Most successful hero, also Malevla. 7 times across all shifts, barely succeeded 8 times across all shifts. What do you mean Flambe was our strongest hero? That's bullshit. He wasn't even maxed. I think it's because we used his ability. I'm gonna guess it's because we like had him maxed out. Okay. Art. Oh, okay. These are extra things that I can't even look at. Also, there's the one where Coupe and Punch Up meet. But yeah, it looks like we can only look at choices. Everything else is bonus content. Wait a second. Oh no, I can't look at the rest of the art. That's fine. Give Mirror the art stuff. Oh, it's no big deal. It's just art. It's just the art book. It's not that big of a deal to me. But let's swing right on over. That was a good game, chat. That was a good game. How got his ear scar? Sure, if you want to tell me. I am all ears, baby. Let me check something really quick. Spare uppies? No uppies. We talked about this. We've only got 3 minutes until the ad break. We could snooze again, but I don't think we are. I feel like he got shot or something is why part of his ear is missing. All right, we need to go support someone. I gotta do this quick because we're running out of time before the ad break. Yeah, we're gonna be done for today. It's about 13 till 4 and we started at 10:30. It was a little bit longer. We've already gone for 5 hours. But I think we're just gonna raid Anna again today. I was hoping Zebby or somebody was gonna be on. But I'm not seeing anyone. That's jumping out at me that I want to support more. Yeah, there's nobody else really catching my attention. We're gonna go with Anna again today. And atrocious. The big tacos man will give me uppies. You can't carry the big top. All right, guys, I will see you tomorrow for Mage if you're going to be over at Hectics at 11 a.m. CT. Otherwise, we may have session this Sunday for Vampire. I'm not 100% sure. Other than that, I will see you Monday. We may try and do some surprise streams over on TikTok later. If you haven't joined Discord, I do recommend joining down there. We may do a surprise movie night tonight. I don't know how much energy I'm going to have because I was up at 6:30 this morning just because I couldn't sleep. So I don't know how tired I'm going to be as soon as I turn off stream. I may just crash. But who knows? Until then, though, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for enjoying the fucking sick-ass game with me. I will see you later. Good night. Sleep well.